Good evening. Tonight, we're continuing the main quest with Smol Caetsu here in Rewind Replay. And I believe we're going to be doing Aitiascope. Aitiascope? Tonight. And I believe there's a trial that follows. And then we'll be doing the Dragoon role quest line. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because I know that we won't be able to finish the entire leveling story in this stream. It'll be way too long. And I have seen a pretty good time to, like, side off and do the role quests and stuff. And I would like to keep that last bit in a single stream. I'm sure some of you would appreciate to keep that last bit in a single one, because there's a lot of emotional stuff that happens in that part of the story. So I hope you understand that. And hey Ymir, hey Alif, hey Gilano. Thank you so much for that, Gilano. The cutest thumbnail ever thumbnailed. Has Lalafell. Has I believe was it a Viera? I believe it was a Viera, right? And an Ellison and a bunch of bunnies. Yeah. Hey Sharo, how are you doing? Ymir says you get to fight Mom. Right. Indeed. When I did that fight on my main, I did it with the duty support, because it was so surprising that it was even an option that I was like, well, now I have to try. Has this always been so big? Another level up? Does that mean any new gear? Probably not. Almost new gear. Right. In that case, do that again. We found this. Excellent. And that didn't sell. It has also become nearly worthless. Incredible. Just small. Fair enough. Right. There's some. Oh, I'm already on it because I was looking it up on my main again. Right. So I'm just setting that back so that I can show you guys. If you haven't done so yet, the 6.4 patch added some new settings to the game, which allows you to show a little job icon next to everyone's name. You can even choose which style you'd like. I think this was in the game somewhere else already, but you can make all display names extremely large if you like. You can also make it so that when you're in duties, I'm pretty sure it's just when you're in group with people in general, it will color the names so that you can better tell, oh, that's the tank, and that's the healer, and that's the DPS. And a little tip, because I have seen some people complain that the DPS color makes it nearly impossible to actually tell the DPS player names from enemies. Like if you have the default settings, then enemies will have like a reddish name when you're in combat. You can change it if you like. So you could, for example, make them pink if you'd like. We're just going to keep it like this, so that there's not a lot of weirdness in this UI. As you can see, I like to go with a very basic setup, so that it's very easy to find things. If you know where the default position of something is, you can probably find it on Rewind Replay. Made my DPS red and my enemies are pink. Fair enough. You'll be hearing from me. I'm just kidding. Yeah. And back we go. Giuliano says, I just AoE everyone, enemies or allies. Yeah, if you're a friend, you'll just hopefully dodge it by virtue of the game working the way that it works. Right. The door's over here. Oh right, and we still have the very aggressive music in Labyrinthos. So, have you guys been progressing the new Savage raid? Have you had fun with that? I believe Kasari beat P9S earlier today. So that's really nice. Caetsu, what are you doing here? Helping you carry boxes, I'm guessing. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate of samples. Oh, we only have 3 minutes. We'll have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the start location and begin anew. Kwasari says, I really like P9S, though in the beginning started to feel samey at one point. I still think the fight is pleasant. And Matthew says, I managed to get P9S on Wednesday. We'll try to finish P10S on Monday. I haven't been into the Savage raid personally, but everything I've heard about it is that it has been mostly positively received. Generally, one of the common things people complain about at the end of a once the raid tier is completed, like the world first race is over, is that people start talking about why is it that the final boss has 2 phases. Also, yeah, you're right, Emir. The crate just shrunk. Yeah, I can see I also need to talk with Alphino to stop this timer. Oh, you are helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. But the common thing that I see people complain about is not the DPS checks. What I've heard is that some people say that they feel that the DPS checks are like somewhere between non-existent or irrelevant. Like, what they mean by that is the DPS check isn't at a point where you have to perfect the rotation, you have to do it right. You might even have to bring specific jobs to be able to do enough damage, like what was the case in P8S. That is, like, it's not even like, oh, it's not that bad. It is to the point that what I've heard is that the DPS check is such that, yeah, you will need to bring 4 DPS players, but apart from that, you just need to do the mechanics right. Then you'll win, and do your rotation like correctly for the most part, which is a really good thing, because that means that everyone can get to play the job that they want to, and they don't have to feel like they're letting their group down by playing one of the jobs that score a little bit lower on those logs and the rankings. And that's a really good thing. It does mean, you could argue, that the jobs that are more difficult to play would in turn be considered worse by comparison, because, oh well, you don't need to play this more difficult job, just play the easier job so you can more easily deal with mechanics. But fortunately, if you're at a level where this matters, then you're almost certain to be able to play just fine anyway, so your group doesn't care. If you're not at that level, then any job is viable, completely viable. There's no need to optimize that much, and if you want to optimize, you're probably one of those that are trying to get those pink passes and all that. And in that case, you might have to play some of the really high passing jobs anyway, just because reasons. But that's relevant for most players, and that's a good thing. I also think that the axolotl mount, which comes from P12S, is genius, because if your casual players say, shucks, I wish that was a casual accessible mount where I could just get it from Island Sanctuary or normal raid or an extreme drop or something, then it also means that they're so interested that maybe they'll try Savage, which is a good thing. That is a healthy thing. That means that people have an incentive to get in. I think that's good. And Shadow says, I only got a static for now, and we do the new trial extreme first, so we see where everyone is with their skill level. That is a really good idea. I've been talking with my friend Sip. He is very interested in getting into Savage, but because of his work hours, it's really difficult. But we are planning to do some extreme trial in the future. I might stream that, but the exact time and stuff is up in the air. It might be a little surprise bonus stream, depending on whether we do it or not. But starting with the trial, like the extreme trial, is an excellent way, because it both gives you a weapon, a little bit better gear to get started. That is really good. And it is also difficult enough that you can see like the people that are new to Savage and extreme, like they're new to difficult content. They might figure out, oh, this is actually not for me at all, without jumping right into the deep end. And you also figure out who needs some help, who needs to learn a little bit more, so you can help them if you're in a static, and things like that. It's really good. And I can see that Bondi finally completed P12S just now. So congratulations to Bondi. I don't think he's on the stream, but if he sees this, nice. That is awesome. See, Nilrory says, just popping in to say hi, then I leave, so no spoilers for me. Thank you for checking in, Nil. Thank you so much. And I agree, Sharo. I think that, like, the content being more mechanics, and then, like, you can kill it a little bit faster if you have it all down, that's better than, oh, well, you have to play perfectly, and also there's mechanics. Like, I think it's a good thing that if the DPS check is tough enough that you have to play, you know, correctly, but playing perfectly should reward you with something like, for instance, being able to skip a mechanic, or being able to kill it faster instead of it being, oh, you're playing perfectly, well, then you're allowed to kill the boss at all. And yeah, Gilano is a good example, like the Morble making people want to do Blue Mage Savage. And Pasadi says, I find it hard to believe the fish mount is from Savage. It's just hard for me to believe. Is it actually true? Like, they've never shown Savage mounts before. I don't know, but I don't know where else it would be from, and everyone that has spoken about it says that it is from Savage. I believe there are people with tools that can check this, that have checked this, and know that it is from there. And it kind of makes sense, because the axolotl is something that you first see in Elpis. So it kind of makes sense. Because Aitiascope says, I don't think first fights need strict DPS checks. My run had a lot of deaths and we still killed it before Enrage. I think someone said they had 10 deaths and still killed it or something like that. But I agree, like, if you can... And that's also the part that when you're like limping through a fight and somehow manage to get through anyway with half or less of the raid alive, that is a much cooler story than, oh yeah, after 30 hours of practice, we killed it by playing the entire fight perfectly. The boss didn't get a single swing at us because we played that perfectly, and that was necessary to kill it. It's not that cool of a story. It's not as cool of a story as when you drop into a random trial for the 10,000th time and all of your party members are sprouts and you're suddenly that paladin who somehow holds on by using clemency and keeps like 1 DPS alive because that's the only other person left. That is a way, and that is like, that can happen in a normal trial, and that's a way better story, right? Now, speaking of story, you have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Don't know, I asked. Ha, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Data included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopaldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something new, something interesting. And Matthew says, we had 6 deaths and killed with over a minute before Enrage. Oh, there's Sharo. Thank you for joining me on this journey. You shall not pass. Yeah, the twins are nice. But yeah, again, I'm guessing, Matthew, that despite there being like over a minute before Enrage, it's not like the boss was done. Right? So you had 6 deaths and the fight was still happening. Like, the way that I see it is in a normal fight, like a normal raid or a normal trial, when the boss runs out of mechanics, it just circles like 3, 4, 5 mechanics until you win. Like, the tape's over, and then they just like circle back to do a few things because there's nothing else left. Not very exciting. But when a Savage Raid boss does it, they instead just go, oh, I'm out of tape, time to kill you. So, like, I think it's a good thing that the boss doesn't run out of stuff to do. That also means that the fight is going to feel different instead of it always being you have to survive until the very end. I believe those wings can be bought for the Kupo nuts. Isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's it. You can, nowadays with 6.4, you can wear them in everywhere in the overworld at least. I don't believe it works in dungeons. You can also do that with fake glasses. So I could actually wear a hat. The problem is that I don't believe we have a hat now, and we don't have the false spectacles, or what are they called? So Smol Kai wouldn't be able to do that. Exactly, Sharo. Matthew says P9S and P10S both have a lot of filler between the last hard mechanic and Enrage. Oh, so there's like even like a big empty slot where it's just kinda going, huh, you're still alive then? Well then. Like the moment where you finally get an opportunity to just nuke. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Alphino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. How can you do that? In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. How would you help Alice if he has to sign stuff? Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right here. Thanks. Do you also have stories about my parents? You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphen and Alice. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. I mean, Sharo, if you're going to be joining me and just hanging out, then you can be in the party if you want. I know you can fly, but I feel like it gets awkward if I get taxied everywhere. I think it's better that we actually do it ourselves, but I have a 2-seater. I also have an 8-seater, but that's maybe a little bit overkill if it's just the 2 of us, right? Besides, this P9S has more repeated stuff from the very start at a different order and at an accelerated rate. Yeah, Sharo is a Regadin. The poor bird. Well, here's an interesting little fun fact. Multi-seater mounts, like anything with more than a single seat, will always be scaled to its maximum size. So that means that a Lalafell will look comically tiny on those mounts, while a Regadin, for example, will actually look like they're the correct size. It's quite funny how that works. That's also why in the Regalia mount, the car, that the Lalafells have to stand on their seat, and small dragons, they can't actually see out the front window because it's not made for their size. Jump on for silliness. How does that look? Eh. Here's a funny story. When that mount came out, it's a store mount. people were very, very annoyed because it looks perfect for a drop from Alexander. Just fun fact for those that came into the game after that mount was released. People really did not appreciate it because it seemed like a perfect mount for being in a raid. The thing is that the mount came out, you know, like half a decade after the raid had stopped being relevant, so it would be really weird if they added this mount to this raid. It wouldn't be a very impressive reward, given that the raid had been easily soloable, or at least doable on sync with like 2 or 3 players for years now. It's a good mount to go forward and back and forward and back, forward and back. And Yumi is here too. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. The nature of this paperwork is not a particularly well guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. Oh yeah, there's secrets in this document, but they're very boring. The Upaldan's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy, indeed, if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. This is like in those like mafia movies where like the boss rocks up and he's like really small, and then there's his 2 guards. Kasani says, are these terms of service or privacy policy? Yes. Dana says, at Regan stand on the dwarf tank. That is very interesting. The cutest boss. Aw. Thank you. Small guy is very adorable. Now, I only have 1 mount with more than 1 seat, so with more than 1 extra seat, so we are bringing out the magic school bus, as we call it in my free company, which may or may not be related to the school theme that is in my house. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Who actually reads the terms of service? Indeed. I do not, even if I'm told, but legal text is annoying. It's really funny. Sometimes, very rarely, websites would be like, if you just scroll down through the whole thing and try and click accept, it'll be like, you can't possibly have read all that in 5 seconds, and put like a timer of a few minutes or something like that. I think, and like, it's, some people will find that incredibly annoying. I think it's so funny and unexpected that it's okay. Also, Yumi using our new emote because we have over 10 members. That means that we got a new emote slot, so I almost immediately was like, all right, let's see what's the best emote on the list that we're missing. On it goes. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why your name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Neumkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. This is why Neumkrep's pronouncement, "Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason," has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louisoir looked not to Neumkrep's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoir lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuner could not reconcile Louisoir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortuner agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Gods, father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortuner's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet, even so, you must know that you're constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin. I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. That sounds like a bad person to be in a leadership where you have to vote on everything. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. The cranky old goat. Hail, you three, someone said from off-screen. Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alistair and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Caetsu? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. I was very confused as to what on earth you were talking about in the chat. Apparently, Smol Caetsu is a snowman now. What I was just about to say is that FFXIV says, because who actually reads the terms of service? I do not, even if I'm told, but legal text is annoying. If you've ever watched these streams and you see me like mid-combat, I do this move and then just continue. That's because the song Torn from the Heavens, specifically, you can look that up on your own if you want, has this incredibly excellent quirk that you get like a copyright claim on your video if more than like 1 minute plays of it. Which isn't a big problem because you can just respond to it, because the license agreement for Square Enix, or specifically Final Fantasy XIV, specifically states that if it's accompanied by gameplay and it isn't the focus, which it obviously isn't on a stream, then you can have Torn from the Heavens play in the background, and they will usually just let the claim drop on its own. But every time I've had those, I have to sit and read through legalese to find the specific passage and stuff like that, and write it out to them, and it's not fun. It's very boring and very annoying, as Kosadi puts it. I tried to invite you, Kosadi, but it says you're already in a party, so I'm guessing you're just having a little break from your raids or something. This is the snowman cult. Yep. There we go. Now we have a picture to commemorate the occasion of the snowman cult. The unfortunate reality with this mount is that it came from an event. I don't know if it's in the store yet, but that's the way it goes with these kinds of mounts, is that eventually it will come into the store. It was, of course, a Christmas event. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. You don't have to talk about him in the third person, you just introduced him. He needs the flames in his forge, Grazia, to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reaction south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. Did I attune to the ether right? This way then. Can't remember. Yes. Oh, well, good thing you're paying attention, because I'm clearly not. Because you just let me know if you want to also be in the group. I tried to invite you, as I said, but it said you were already in a group. And Kasadi says in chat, I'm in party finder for P10S. Well, I plan to try it. That's fair. You don't have to be in the party to be able to follow along. So that is entirely optional. my initial assumption when I did P10 normal was that it was going to be extremely hard, just based on the fact that just the damage the boss does just on normal is insane. Like, if you want an easier time with P10 if you haven't done it yet on normal, I highly recommend bringing a White Mage or a Sage. That Panheimer or Liturgy of the Bell, those actions are invaluable at specifically that phase where the spider boss repeatedly bonks its head into the platform. It's crazy how much easier it is if you use those tools. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and justify ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will... Uh-oh. Ow. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether... Ironically, I got dunked by a water-aspected ether when he said that. Will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to... When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. It's going to feel a little bit like this. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Yeah, that's true. It looked like he had demon wings. Getting gear bound to you by party members. Yeah, well, it's okay. I was wearing it for a reason. An enemy! But wait, there's more! Is there more? There's more, apparently. Did everything go smoothly out here? No combat for you. I did get to fight. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water either appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Alagant's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of course, who would push further? Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel the sea of stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. Oh, that also answers the second option. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? Natural dispositions towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alak that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Sande. The Emperor's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Sande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Sande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory. My game theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet... To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Cockle is getting on? Hey Tracy, I hope you're doing well. Well, that is also adorable. Ymir says, I don't know if I'll be able to join for the dungeon, but I will let you know if that's the case. And then Smol Kai became a boss. If you would like to come along the magic school bus. Yeah. It's fine, Ymir. You can hang out on the stream, like in-game, if you like. That doesn't mean necessarily that you have to join for the dungeon. We figure out who wants to come for the dungeon as we, like, get closer to the dungeon. There is at least one whole quest before we get there. Why am I always in the back? I'm pretty sure that you can actually choose which seat you want when you enter it. But you have to like actively choose it. There's also the chance that that it looks like you're in the back because you get like the seat right behind Smol Kai. Because Sharo grabs the shotgun before you have a chance to. I don't know. I believe if you choose a seat that is already occupied, I believe back in like Shadowbringers, it would just tell you flat out that the seat was taken or something like that. But at least nowadays, it puts you in a different seat. Like, no, you can't have that one, but you surely want a seat. Put the tall one in the back. I'm pretty sure the reason that Sharo is riding shotgun is because Sharo's actually the one like telling me where I'm going. I'm just sitting like this. Like if this is like the steering wheel, I'm sitting like this. I can't see a thing. Sharo's like, turn left! No, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found them capable, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Maybe. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. Only... I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Meet my friend Megamin. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Shaolin Hamlet anon. Yes, Ymir, you can, that is pretty much what the glamour room is for. It is called the glamour room, but you can post screenshots of whatever you want in the game. That is also a really big sword. That's the Santetsuken, right? Very nice. It's like great sword length. It's ridiculous. It actually occurred to me that we're going this way. So instead of riding all the way back, we just teleport. We just teleport. Not again. Not again. Gareth says you can't even see when you stand on the gas. Exactly. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Await your companions? No. No, don't feel like it. I'm going over this way.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
This is such a good cutscene. It's so nice. Or the one that comes after that, I believe.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be...
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Big words when you haven't seen their haul.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
I entered the dungeon.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Now, Sickert.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
Thank you for joining us for the stream, Alif. Good night.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Chameleons.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
I think we had a little unfair scale because our team had infinite money and their team had not that. So I decided to just, you know, even the scales.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? and would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Fortune will be like, I go to work like 12 hours a day and you're just throwing away the wages?
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
True.
See it. You brought the team. Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Indeed, Nero in the back, just like...
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
I know, right, Coco?
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
Maybe not the last one. He's like a savage raider who's just found out that they've got a few best in slot drops. Imagine how much damage I could do with this! Once I put materia in it, this is going to be incredible!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano.
As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Guilty as charged.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Lend us your strength. Now, cutscene, you have to wrap it up. You have to wrap it up because this song doesn't work for me. It really doesn't.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Wait, I'm not sure this isn't torn from the heavens, is it? As long as it isn't torn from the heavens. I think that is actually Maker's ruin. That's my bad. And does your strength and also your candy. Indeed, Matthew. Sharo says, don't worry, me and Ymia is having a great time. We just explained how to get the glamour one wants in a dungeon easily. Well, how did you do that? Oh yeah, that is a very, very good point. So the tip that the Sharo gave about getting the specific gear that you need or want for glamour from a dungeon is, if you do the dungeon as the role that you want the gear for, most dungeons, I believe, end of expansion dungeons don't have this feature, but most like leveling dungeons, for example, have this feature where when you complete it, you have a 100% chance of receiving it. Actually, it isn't just you have a chance to receive, you are going to be handed into your inventory at least one piece of equipment that the current role you're wearing, like you are in fact, the specific job you're playing, can use. But it will never give you something you already have because it's unique. So if you just stockpile all of the gear from the dungeon and just repeatedly do it, then you will gradually fill out all of the equipment from the dungeon, and then you will guarantee that you will eventually find it. Like, it is guaranteed that you will eventually get all of the gear that way. Whereas if you rely on just rolls, then you could have to do one specific dungeon a million times because the luck is just not on your side. Yeah, if you're grinding a dungeon for specific equipment, like specific drops, and it has this feature, then it is crucially important that you keep all of the gear for the specific role in question until you're done. Even if you don't want the pieces, you have to wait until you're done to actually do the cleanup, which, if your inventory is a little bit full normally, that can be a tough thing to do and find all that space, but that is how to do it. I believe this feature still works if you run it unsynced, by the way. Yeah, exactly. It also has to be on you. This inventory doesn't count because that is a separate entity. You can, like, this is actually another good tip now that we are on the subject of unique items. Treasure maps. I don't have a treasure map on Smol Kai, but treasure maps, I didn't mean to do that, are unique. But you can open a treasure map so that it lands in this inventory, grab another treasure map, drop it off here, get another treasure map, hand it to a retainer, grab another treasure map, hand that to your other retainer because everyone gets two, and then grab another treasure map and just have that for yourself. And that's like, that's 5 treasure maps you just can have on speed dial if you want. And that can be helpful simply because you can pick up one treasure map of like the highest level like once per day through gathering. It's just a matter of knowing where to look. But it's like a daily cooldown, so if you do that every day, you can get 5 of them over 5 days. And then, like, say your free company maybe has like a weekly treasure hunt something, then you are prepped. You don't have to spend any money to be prepared for that. You just have 5. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Mm-hmm. And this music is Sid. Does Sid come in here? Does Sid come through here? Oh, Sid! I don't think I have like a chair mount. I don't actually have a chair mount. I remember this because back when Castrum, the MSQ roulettes were like 8-man and longer and slower, where you had to wait for Sid to do stuff. People would always do that while they waited for Sid. And sometimes people would write something other, like some other stuff, like add an A over here so it said acid. It's pretty good. Caetsu, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarilane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. We continue in. Do you want to come along? People still do it while walking to the last mob pool. Outside at least. Oh. You with Master Fortune now, yes? Just step inside the lift here. You got it. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Almazane. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Woof! Onwards we go! I think the car is going to like, or the mount might, I can't remember. I think the mount is allowed to be on the ground. Would you prefer to run? You know, we can run in it. Now we're that close. Let's go. It would be weird to drive into a building with a bus. Even if it's a big building. There's the teeny tiny toy boat. It's like he's escorting a child. I bid you welcome to Tharmasine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored, the teeny tiny toy boat. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Cockle and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Also, have a hat for some reason. Oh yeah, we are already 3, but if you would like to join for this dungeon, this might be a good time to start to make your way to Alpha Light, if you would like to join and you have a character on the EU data center. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Dun 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 dun. Run! No, Ymir. Kokol. That is the master engineer who makes the ether burner and who likes explosions. And here we are. Vaisel says, "Alright, I come late," and Smol Caetsu is running with her lance, followed by a samurai with wings. What? Oh, that's just Sharo. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. Also, I hope you're doing well, Vaisels. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Daumasine. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hyblun's ever fainter echoes. The Aitiascope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aitiascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aitiascope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us, though through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early, or too late. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Foshino has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Good point. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the Ethereal Sea as the Underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet, what are these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary. Be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. The Aitiascope is now accessible. Sharo says, for tanking, standard dungeon run rules? Yeah, like you just pull packs. Oh, Ilano's here. Would you like to join for the dungeon? But yeah, on these streams, we like dungeons, we typically just go through completely normal, partly because we've never really done the dungeons as duty support. And as we don't do them as duty support, it means that I don't really have a lot of say in how the groups go about it. And let's just put it like this. In the early days of Rewind Replay, I typically ran alone, which meant it was 3 randoms. And then it's not fair of me to demand that we take time. Like, it was usually a fun guessing game to see whether the group would wait for me, especially on like long cutscenes up to the end boss. If I remember correctly, like for example, the 1000 Maws of Totrak, is that the one? Yes, where there's like an absurdly long cutscene before the final boss. I don't believe the group waited for me there. Just as an example. So we just go normally, and then we have fun with it. The whole point of doing the dungeons with the people from stream is that it's more fun that way. Would you guys like that we slowed down so that we can find books and other story stuff? Then we can do that. We can. I don't mind. But that also depends on our group here. Because we can take it slow. We totally can. Then we do that. I'll leave that hat for later because I can't actually glamour properly here. But in that case, it sounds like the group is fine with taking it slow, then we can take it slow. Boop. Oh. Someone not ready? He is breaking. Oh dear. That is an important detail to do before you get too far. Are you ready now? Then we go. And there you also get the excellent new addition that the ready check actually has sound effects. My instant portrait! The Aitiascope.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Voiceover.
Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
It's interesting is that when you're pulling the packs one at a time, there's a lot of times in a dungeon where normally you would be able to just go full AoE, but like if there's only 2 mobs, then most jobs don't actually get any value out of doing AoE rotation. That is partly why many of my guides are like, oh, if there's exactly this amount of enemies, because sometimes there aren't actually 3 enemies. Or like 8 enemies because someone pulls a huge amount of mobs. And sometimes there is. Oh yeah, this is finally we have a dungeon where we get to use our level 90 action. Finally. Are there any books anyway? Not yet. I don't see anything yet. Visor says, pull door to door is the best pull in my opinion. Don't you love the feeling of, oh, I'm almost done all the time? Like, personally, I think what often can happen when you pull 1 pack at a time, if you're used to pulling more, is that, for example, as a tank, you're like uncertain whether you should use a cooldown, because suddenly you're not certain, like, if you have enough cooldowns for things where you need one. If you do it like that, so you might be a lot more inclined to not use a cooldown, which can turn around and become a massive problem if you actually needed a cooldown, for example. This is also an extremely awkward pull for a job like Dragoon that has like frontal cone attacks. We need Ilbert taking the most damage, for example, like because he's slightly tankier than everything else. It's also a little bit awkward for tanks sometimes, because if you move Ilbert so much as an inch in either direction, then mages will miss some of the mobs with their AoE, if I remember correctly. And remember, this is Livia from the MSQ roulette. Wait. The slight damage reduction on the tank buster. Vicels, what I'm referring to is when you get to a like high enough degree of like repetition, what you're used to is that you need to use a certain amount of cooldowns for a large AoE pool. Like, if you watch my tank guides, you will see that in many cases I will refer to the defensive cooldown cycling, and in most of these situations I will specifically explain it as if it's 2 pulls and it's like sectioned with a specific amount of time and all these things. Because once you've done enough of these kinds of pulls, you will find these kinds of like patterns that it's always going to be like that. But if you suddenly mix it up and do it differently in any way, or the dungeon is different in any way, then suddenly it can be difficult to predict how you're supposed to do it. That is essentially the idea. Like, yeah, if you're actually good at the job you're playing, then it's not a big issue, because obviously you understand the job at a deeper level than I need to use this cooldown at this very moment. You'd hope, you'd think. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like I wasn't the only person that forgot about those line AoEs. The general idea of a tank, like defensive the general idea of defensive cooldown cycling is just that you have one defensive cooldown running.
I'm losing you.
One defensive cooldown running at a time, and unless your Unga Bunga mitigate is press all defensive cooldowns, it should work just fine. It's more that if you part out the 2 pulls between each boss, which is, you know, the gold standard these days, then you don't know exactly how many cooldowns you'll have, because mostly if you like part out the cooldowns you have efficiently, you will only have 2 pulls, and the long cooldowns will only be available for one of them. So like you go, well, I only have my 30% damage reduction for one of the 2 pulls, and I'll have Rampart for the other one. And then you like plan it accordingly. And that is Moonbreeder, right? And Delano says, rest in peace, Moonbreeder. And here we have Horsefont. Gives us a massive damage buff and damage reduction buff. Like, this is actually a particularly good reason to pull this part, like this part, quickly, because that buff is only going to last you 30 seconds. No, look, Titan. Yeah, I don't think I've changed summon sizes on Smol Caetsu, so they're just regular size, which is big, very, very large. But yeah, it's not that because you suddenly have done too many big AoE pulls, you suddenly forget how to not do that. It's just that if you're used to take like 2 or 3 times more damage, because you normally pull 2 or 3 times more mobs, then not doing so immediately makes you question, well, if there's only 3 mobs, will I even need a defensive cooldown? Will it make a difference? And then if you don't use one, then your healer might suddenly have to work overtime because you're using nothing. I haven't seen anything we can read on the ground yet. Why has the game untargeted my focus? When did that happen? Why did it do that? I'm over here, my opener just getting completely messed up because my dragon side macro isn't working. Finally, Cape Westwind. Indeed, this is Ritherton from Cape Westwind. Finally, we get to do Cape Westwind hard on Smol Caetsu streams. Tatarian Impact. I believe that's an AoE, so let's use Feint for that. Just a guess. I can't remember. But it turned out to be true. Yeah. Oh, this is the one I believe where it's usually one of the back ones that is the safe. Yep, it's over there. In retrospect, I should have saved Elusive Jump for that. Wait, that one was... I completely looked wrong. That was I should not have been the one with the raise there. That was my mistake. I was certain that it was always the back one the second time around. I did not deserve the raise when Ymir is the one with the raise job. But thank you. I even was the one that baited Ymir into the mistake as well. It's been a while since I did this dungeon. And I completely misread the mechanic. Yeah, one-shotted. We didn't even use Limit Break. That's on me too, because I'm the melee DPS. I believe this is also one where we get something. I'm guessing the yellow one is health. Exactly, Ymir. Limit Break! Or is that just make a bridge? It is make bridge. All the buttons. Why are you so healthy, Dishonesty? Why are you tanky? He's also one of the slappy boys. As you know, they always hit like a train. Tracy says, story of my life, misreading mechanics. It happens to everyone. And I'm especially prone to do it when I'm streaming, it turns out. Wait, is there something? Did I miss something? Right, Minfilia is the one that's making these, right? Vicel says, if you haven't misread mechanics and probably killed something by accident, you failed as a Final Fantasy XIV player. If you have never taken chances, then you have certainly missed out on potential damage. I can't remember where I read or heard about it, but I once heard a Savage Raider, I believe, say that they were like a tank or a healer. I think it was a healer said that their favorite DPS are those that take extremely high risks and then promptly die for it, or take an immense amount of damage, which naturally ends up giving the healer more work. But the reason why is because the only way to know like where the limit is to test the limit. Like, the only way to know that you can make it out of the boss mechanic with 0.01 second to spare and like perfectly completely maximize the damage you could potentially do is by doing exactly that. Like, do exactly, push it to the limit, right? Do everything in your power, do as much damage as possible, and you're going to die taking these risks sometimes. It is guaranteed that you will sometimes calculate that one wrong. So yeah, if you've never messed up a mechanic by reading it, then like you've never taken a risk, and that might not be a good thing. Like maybe you're just so perfect that you've never accidentally read a mechanic wrong. But I'm going to give an X to doubt that one. All right, Mycels, thank you for checking in.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons.
I believe that's the body of the first boss in Dunskate, like the same body shape. I think that's the one. Also, he's missing like the majority of his body, strangely. Leans against nothing. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Nice, Sharo. Amon, Fandaniel, whatever you call yourself, you will die right here, right now.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Ooh, there's the tank buster.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
That was a little bit of a freestyle opener, to say the least, given that I had a lot more resources than I normally do. The stage is set. Indeed it is. Where do you set it, my friend? At that angle, you say? Alrighty then. Left, that's his left. I think my lance charge. I think my lance charge is a little displaced from Aitiascope. Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. That is such a good quote. I'm a little bit sad that they didn't like retroactively add a voice line for that mechanic when he says it in Crystal Tower. I really hoped they would. Like, it makes sense that he's just some unvoiced boss back then, because there was like less money to work with, I believe, but also because he was just, you know, a one shot, one single boss encounter, not particularly important to the story at that time. But now that he is really important to the story, it would make sense that he was fully voiced. Is right? We get the limit break. When do we get the limit break? There it is. Ah. I can't move. Ow. His right. Let's hear. Nice.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
You're right, Tracy. Asahi, Fandaniel, and Ammon are also theatrical. Thank you for joining me for the dungeon. There's, of course, the trial coming up really soon, after a really long cutscene, I believe. But I will say that it's significant that Asahi is like, the only reason why he suddenly gets brought into the picture is because Fandaniel thought it was funny to take his body specifically. Because I believe, unlike Fandaniel and Ammon, Asahi is just a body. Like, this is also why the cutscene coming up shortly is so apt. Trace will join for the trial. Awesome. We'll take a recount of who wants to come after the cutscene and everything.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name? And it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place.
Sorry?
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arcee?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
Well, in that case, Asahi, I have some bad news as to why we're here.
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
I think he's a little bit too much of a fanboy.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light, shouldst thou emerge victorious.
The Mother Crystal, now accessible. During this quest, and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter the Aitiascope with a party, right? What do they mean by that? What do they mean by that? Anyway, we will be going into the Mother Crystal, of course. If you would like to join for this trial and you have a character on an EU data center and you have this trial unlocked, you're very welcome to join. We are on Alpha Light, so you make your way to Alpha Light. You don't have to appear in front of me, just let me know that you're there. Maybe write me a message in game so that I know to invite you. Also, indeed, I know a certain someone, Seb, who would personally agree with you entirely that Lalafell is master race. This is an adorable race, but I do believe all races have value. All of them are awesome. I just prefer to play Aura and Lalafells myself. Right, I will be right back, so that actually gives you an opportunity to make your way here, or to the data center if you would like to join. And I see... Kai Sanada, are you on my friends list? Right, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. I know that Matthew said something, and Kosari did. And Ymir said that they're coming soon. Can you wait a Kai? How long? 2 to 4 minutes. Yeah, we can do that. It's something that I wanted to... let's see, 3... Oh, we're 1 person short of a full party. The wife wants to come along. Excellent. What was her name again? Nilva Atuel. And I just need to know when they're on. And on Alpha, of course. Yeah, but something that I wanted to address a little briefly from the previous cutscene is Ammon or Hermes or Fandaniel's very existential crises, you could say. I would say that, as he says, what's the point of living when it leads to death? The important thing there is, of course, that the whole point of living is what joys you get to have while you're alive. It's not about leading to anything necessarily. It is basically just make the most of it. Right, let's take a little ready check to see what we actually have in the group. We actually have like a balanced group with 8 different jobs, 2 tanks, 2 healers, and everything. And well, actually we have 2 dancers, but that's also fine. We don't need a perfectly balanced group, it was just interesting. 8 brave little sparks, indeed. Yeah, Tracy, are you good? Are you ready? Are you ready, Tracy? You specifically declined the ready check. Then we go into the Mother Crystal. I think I only did this fight like once or twice ever, so I might actually not even remember any of the mechanics at all. What I do know is that if you do it with duty support, you actually get like multiple lives. And if you wipe, the amount of extra lives you get is increased so that you get like more chances. And I've forgotten to fix my instant portrait again. Hey Yoshi! Just came home from an event and fighting Heidelin. Your son.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Hey Coco, yeah, this is not the time for you to be here. Because Coco has not reached this far in the story.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Thank you for checking in anyway, Coco.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Only giving the dancer 5 seconds, cruel. I see what you mean. Oh well. That was 100% luck. I wasn't even looking at the mechanic. And now this! What an incredible way to call a mechanic, isn't it? You took way too long to resolve that mechanic, Heidelin. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. This was like Elden Ring levels of holding it for too long. Ah, that's the cross, right? I thought it was a different icon, but I only remembered that there was 3 different ones. I don't remember what their icons are. It's, as I said, it's been a very, very, very long time since I did this fight. I only remembered as I got hit by the cross that, oh right, there's 3. That is the circle AoE, isn't it? Well, we have to learn the fights again at some point. That's the cross. The blue one with the shieldy thing is the cross.
Crystals of light, to me.
I didn't want to use life search anyway, Heidelin. It's okay.
Here. The song of creation's end.
Yeah.
Feel.
Oh, it's on me! How fitting.
Find your way in the darkness.
That is an awkward time to have that AoE. I think I could have angled that a lot better. Yeah.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Oh, we have Limit Break 3. But she's nowhere close to dead, so there's no reason to spend it anytime soon. It's good to have it in case we suddenly need a healer Limit Break. For any reason.
By crystal light.
That's that. Wait, what? Okay, for a second I thought that it was a complete mix-up. I don't know what that means, Heidelin. Okay, I guessed right. That's something at least. Reminds me of the mechanic in P9. Does this fight end at like less or like at more than 0%? Like she feels like she has an. That's the donut AoE. Uh-oh, that was 2 deaths. Not good. And there's the tank buster. We use feint for that. Subpar Hellion. Now. Hellions are good sometimes. And everyone's alive. Good. And here comes the Dawn Mantle again. Oh, that's the cross. Oh boy. That was a little far away. That can be a problem. That can easily cause problems if the stack marker is too far away and people can't get into position. Then people will, like players will not do the stack marker because there's a chance that not enough people go in. And if you only have like 2 or 3, then you lose 3 people instead of just 1 if you do it. Is that the best place to do that? Oh right, there's the floods. But apparently they're not resolving very quickly. This reminds me of the extremely slow rockets in Omega. Oh. I will use the limit break 3 at 10%. That is going to be my target. Then that is usually when it is like you can realistically expect you will not need it for any other reason by that point. Oh. Mm. 15%. Yes, thank you. The donut AoE, I like it. Actually, I don't like it because this becomes very dangerous. I'll interrupt my burst for that. These floods are ridiculous. I could have optimized my damage a bit better in this fight here at the end. Just flipped the order of jump and Guy's Goo would have been nice. But I forgot about that. Oh, that's the cross. Nice. That's pretty good. You should probably had called a little early.
Last, man has the strength to.
You're gone. We're not even there. I think that went really well. The thing is with that fight is that, and this was also what happened to me when I did it on my own, back when Endwalker was new on my main, is that what would happen is I would see, you know, the donut mechanic. I would not notice that there was a red icon. I didn't know that was an important detail. Then I would see maybe the, you know, the circle AoE, and then I would get possibly hit by it because it was like, oh, she's casting that spell. Go in for the donut AoE, die. And when the cross came, I also died because, you know, I needed to see the mechanic first. And I think I only wiped once with the duty support because of that. The key thing, the reason why you get multiple lives when you're doing this fight on duty support, is that as it works in all duty support, if you die, it's an immediate group wipe. Like, the NPCs will not finish the fight for you. You actually have to do it. So it giving you, I think, like, if you wipe enough times, they give you like 3 raises throughout the fight, or 3 or 4 extra lives, something like that. So you can actually make a lot of mistakes. There's also a very interesting detail, and I think that we have heard in live letters and like interviews that a big part of this fight on duty support is that each NPC actually, like all of the scions and everything, they actually act different based on their personality, which I believe it was, I think I read somewhere that only Y'shtola does the fight perfectly. All of the other NPCs will make at least one mistake somewhere, and the amount of mistakes varies. Based on how each character would react. Which I think is a lot of effort for this particular fight. It's very impressive. But of course, when you do that fight for the first time, you might not actually know that Y'shtola is the only one you can rely on. And Hoshi says, also if you do this fight as a healer, Urianger turns into a DPS called Lithomancer or something similar. Oh, interesting. Does he still play cards then? But I suppose that is the only difference, because like it had this whole spiel about the NPCs being different jobs than usual. But that was like the only one that was like, oh, Urianger can be DPS. Interesting. I see there's a fight over a potato here. The potato will quietly move on with the story. Thank you all for joining for the trial, by the way. It's really nice.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope.
The giant candy crystal. Our final dessert.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azan, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Benar.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Yeah, Sid, unfortunately you missed it. Given that we had everyone, like we had a full party without you, I didn't have to bother you about it as I often do. Hey, we have a dungeon, can you help me? But this time, everyone was already here. I was on the tube, so it's fine either way. Yeah, okay, you didn't have an opportunity to join. I think I also had like an impression that you weren't actually home. But fortunately, we had a full 8-man party, which is also very reassuring since we have a little hope that maybe we can do the final trial at minimum item level next week. Make it a little bit more interesting, as we discussed on the Discord server. Yeah, I just wanted to say to Tracy that I just want you to know that no one else in the party thought that you were useless. The thing is that people die in dungeons and in trials and in raids, and it happens, and sometimes you just make a lot of mistakes, and that's okay. And even if you make a lot of mistakes all the time, that is also okay. It takes time to get really good at the game, and some people take longer, as I have said on a video a while ago. For the most part, most of the community agrees with the statement that it is okay to be bad at Final Fantasy XIV. It is something that most of the community agrees on, as apparently it turns out that some don't believe in that. But those are of course those that are the bad eggs. And on that note, you didn't do like anything particularly bad. You die to a boss mechanic on a boss you haven't done that many times. That is not surprising. Just to take an example, when the new raid, like this new raid tier came out, my group wiped like 5 times on P10, and the only reason why I didn't die that much on those fights on any of the new bosses is because tanks happen to have a very, very big advantage by being able to survive mistakes much more easily than others. Some players view the task of being the tank as a huge burden, so they would rather not tank anything on their first go. But from my perspective, if I can choose to be the tank the first time I go anywhere, that makes it a lot easier for me. The worst that can happen is that I pull too much and then we wipe. But beyond that, the only thing that can really kill me is if I make one too many mistakes with the wrong mechanic, whereas any other job, any other role will die to one mistake sometimes. So there's an advantage there. But there's nothing wrong with making a lot of mistakes in a fight. It takes practice. Remember, like, when people are progressing Savage, some groups take hundreds of tries to beat a boss in those cases because of the difficulty. And it's the same idea. You have to learn the fight, and all 8 players have to learn the fight, which adds a lot more difficulty to it. Hoshi also says, Heidelin is a fight. You don't get much in roulette or anything, so learning it would require to hard queue for it all the time. Correct. As I said, I think I've done it twice, and I'm pretty sure the way that I got it the second time was through trial roulette one day. Once. So this is the 3rd time I do the fight, and as I didn't do the extreme back when it was new, shockingly I was very busy with making a lot of guides. I didn't get to experience the harder version of the fight either. Or you know. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You see, it's a funny story. We fought Mom. You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteon, if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Look, it's very small now, okay? To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only 2 means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Sharlian's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause.
With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it.
You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. You gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Nap! Nap! Exactly, as Sharo says. Sharo made mistakes because they remembered stuff from the extreme version. And that's also a really funny thing that can happen. Sometimes when I get like the easy version or the normal version of a fight that I've actually done on extreme or savage, even unsynced, I'll have completely forgotten how it goes normally.
Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
Yeah, exactly, Weaver. Tell me so I can write it down. I'm not going to do anything about it. I could write it down.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
To begin, we first must see the end. Good song, To the Edge. Oh, right. Oh! Jealous? Heidelin card, first try. I don't even know if I have that card on my main. Caetsu, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortunos arrived not long ago with a message.
The Loporits have determined Meteor's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others.
How do you check? Do like this, and then you check. But there's a good chance that the newer cards are at a higher number. Or you find someone that has the card in their inventory, they can link it, and then you can like mouse over and see whether you have it or not. Yeah, it's a lot easier to see what you have than what you don't have because of that. Unfortunately, there are like lists where you can find all of the cards, so you can check which ones you do or don't have. Hello. You have Gaius. This was not my intention. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Oh.
Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess either enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time.
Father, does this mean...
Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious.
I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission.
Are the Loporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius until you brought us here, Urianger, and now we are enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it?
Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? No, actually, we don't feel like it. Changed our minds. Nah. Well, we've come this far. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loprits will coordinate with the Ilsebard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease.
So it seems there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we?
Onwards we go, if I can find the correct door out, as I clearly can't. The Armon card. Hello, Alphino.
Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. All goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better.
Might.
That settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded.
Hmm?
The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say?
We're going to the edge of the universe.
The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Caetsu, could I borrow you for a moment?
Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldasian Annex, alright?
Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you.
You've got it, Tataru. It is quite funny that you get the gear after this dungeon. But it makes sense. If it was in the opposite order, then the gear from the dungeon would be completely pointless.
Yoo-hoo!
Wait. Is that far? Yuma Boopsnoot. What a name. We go this way. And there's Ymir waiting.
Welcome, Caetsu, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then, inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thamnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Azarud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly.
She can just barely make out the thumbs up over the counter.
Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer?
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Casting waiting. You cannot slide cast that, by the way. I did not expect to find you here, someone says from off screen. Oh, Vashan. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum too, which will stay in Sharlayan, while I oversee matters in Ratzatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. It also allows me, after fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land.
Shan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique.
Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You've blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Ratzatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity.
It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with.
I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in splendor. You journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that our one were alive to see it. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Ratzatan is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. I believe there's like 2 more of those in this quest. Still walking? Ugh, where must I go to find a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Caetsu, old gal. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, fitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. Aye, the young Lord Fortons insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Sharlayan. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickert to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honoroid here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Sharlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon loaf? You can find it in all the shops. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest the Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old gal. Eat the burger. It's big. It'll fill you bigly, and it's tasty, probably, hopefully. Well, well, is that Caetsu and Tataru I spy? Said someone from off-screen. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what man of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself, and my business, ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokaido Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lorito have to offer. What? But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of the Taro's ire. Until next we meet. I feel like Hancock always gets too, like, people are too mean to Hancock. Like, while he seems like he's always got something else up his sleeve, he genuinely has only done good by the Scions. Ah, Caetsu, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Said someone from off-screen. I find it very strange that they do this thing where it's question marks, because technically their name should just be there because my character could surely hear who it is, right? Tataru? X, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Ratzatan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporrits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and your scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ah, there's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Caetsu. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure and candy. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still, a few more supplies to gather before we return. Right then? Just looks at Wedge. Why is it that I'm like just slightly looking down at Tataru? Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Weaver says he does work for Lolorito, and he's a bit hard to forgive. You're right. But Hancock himself has done nothing bad. It just so happens that the money comes from Lolorito, awkwardly enough. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarut from Palaka's stand. Yumiya says, because you're about the same height. Well, Smol Kai is a minimum height Lalafell. Either Tataru is smaller than possible, or there's something wrong. Maybe I'm standing on a crate or something. Haven't we met before? Ah yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today, and are glad to have contributed to the cause.
contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands.
True.
From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Gratia was there to grant you sanctuary.
Well, he brought us there.
I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joys we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other.
Indeed, Heidelin said so too.
Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return.
Weaver says, you do carry one around, right? A crate. I always thought one was gifted to Lalas at birth. Perhaps. But I do think maybe Yumia's onto something. We do have a tactical teddy bear to stand on.
In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please, feel free to browse our stock.
Oh. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Vazarud. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Oh, they're just straight up all there. It didn't even occur to me. Like, we can actually grab gear we can't even possibly ever wear. It is quite funny, I have too many times met Sprouts that never checked this. Like, they just went, nice, good, complete quest and moved on with their life. And actually, I had one case where just before the level 90 dungeon, I was like, do you have the new gear, friend? And he was like, no. And then had to, like, traverse all the way back to Sharlayan to grab the gear and then come back for that. Well, they didn't have to come back, but you know what I mean. It's just a little bit awkward timing, right? Yumia says wasted XP, it hurts so bad. It's fine. It's fine.
I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldesian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans.
I think this is actually a really good point. Actually, let's do this quest as well, and then we will go on to the role quest line. Ymia says, wear it, please. Well, it's not pink. It's not pink, so it doesn't work that well, does it? It looks really nice, but it's not pink. And it doesn't include glasses either. We can look into wearing it when we have done the role quest. Speak with Kryl. look, they also wear pink. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grazia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Leveilleur estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so remember to get a good night's sleep. Another food scene. I like to imagine that they just like they finally discovered how to make food look really delicious while being eaten in the game, and then, you know, someone making stories were like, oh, we need to use that all the time. Caetsu, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink. It better be juice.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
We'll get through this. Together. Actually, I think that one's better. You've nothing left to prove. Not to Reen nor Minfilia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home.
That is an incredibly angular sandwich.
In preparation for which, We must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Oh.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
That better be juice.
Well, shall we make a toast?
A soda.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
This is going to be really weird if they have hangovers when we're going to save the world. I think I've mentioned this before, but this is not the first or last time, I don't think. Well, it's certainly not the first time that we have a food eating cutscene of some sort. And the main, like the player character specifically, they might imply they're going to drink or eat or something, but the camera turns away the moment that they start eating or drinking, as if they're trying to suggest that, oh, actually, maybe you don't drink. For example. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best, if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianji. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. Now we can freely choose who we want to see next. Let's, who's closer? Not really either. Let's go to Alice next. But I am surprised that at the time, given how like how much quests we've actually done. But that's Puddingway. Hey Puddingway, what's up?
Ah, Caetsu, I have come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere.
That's the spirit. You can do it, Puddingway. Is Puddingway there for you guys as well? You try speaking with Alice, but she's fast asleep. Perfect. My favorite. Sitting and sleeping.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word. I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
You don't say, Kryle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Which you were also doing, I believe. Oh, wait. There's an ether shard over here. Mr. Pro himself. Oh, hey, Estinian, you look dressed to the occasion. Nice jeans or pants.
Oh, what brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidling meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
I very much agree with the sentiment, Sharo. I will leave it to you if you would like to share it. The important part about me actually having something cover the chat is specifically that it means that anything that's said in game is at least private enough that like the only things that I read out are typically things that are clearly intended to be shareable, for example. That gives you the advantage of choosing what to share yourself. What I understand from what you wanted to say is that for a lot of people, Final Fantasy XIV is more than just a game for them, and it's like a second home, which is actually not just a Final Fantasy XIV thing. It's actually very normal for MMOs to have this effect. The thing with MMOs, just to add to this, is that many MMOs are designed not to necessarily be fun in their own right. They're typically designed to be a vehicle for social interactions, which sounds silly, but let me pose you this. If you played almost any other genre of game, you would probably be a lot less keen on your first task in a game to be kill 10 ladybugs or kill 10 boars or something. And to take World of Warcraft as an example, you would probably not be super happy with having to run 10, 15, 20 minutes to reach where you need to go. But in an MMO, it's different because many of the weird design choices, bad design choices, it appears, annoying details, difficulties, are designed to like invite into social interaction, which makes people talk. That's to say that something being difficult or badly designed, time wasters and things like that, MMOs, it's difficult to defend them because ultimately they're designed to be just that. But often these kinds of things are designed such that everyone has something to be together about. For example, in World of Warcraft, everyone knows about the joke about Mancrick's wife. And everyone knows about the ridiculousness of killing a quest, like doing a quest where you have to collect Murloc heads. But over half of the Murlocs apparently don't drop heads, which makes no sense. And in Final Fantasy XIV, most of the player base, at the very least, share in the main quest. We all have our favorite characters, our favorite stories, but we have most of us been through it. And that gives us like hardships to share, something to talk about, something that we all agree on, at least that we have experienced it. Some people choose to skip the story, and that's okay, whether that's by mashing through cutscenes or paying to skip most of it, but that's how they choose to do it. But my point is that the whole incentive, the whole reason to make these worlds like have these social aspects is that it makes it feel more real. It gives people a reason to go to their computer, log into Final Fantasy XIV, and not fight anything at all, and just hang out, using Final Fantasy XIV as a glorified chat room for 5 hours and just hang out and talk with their friends. And I don't think it would be the same without the whole package, right? Now, let's finish up this quest. Welcome back, Caetsu. Return to catch a final few weeks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens are laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. It do be Xenos.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning. Walking down the hallway.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, We were fortunate to find sanctuary, wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Oh.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You can count on it. So, we will not be picking up this quest, just so that we can start with that next time. Shara has a very good point. I was actually thinking the same thing, that I would go to the ship and take a picture there. Assuming that we can go there. We should be able to. And the music is still like this here, apparently. And we'll take that picture, and then we will go and do the role quest line. And hopefully it doesn't take much more than 2 hours. If we're close, then it's fine. But I would rather not spend like 4 hours. That would be a little bit much. Yeah, then we do the role quest line. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. It is very difficult because you're so tall. Like, it is very, very difficult. Because for you to be in the picture, Smol Kai will be very, very small in the picture. There's also the part that there's going to be the title of the stream in the top, so that also has an effect. If you come in closer, Sharo, then that works very well. I think. Or if you want to stand there, you can also do that. That is an interesting place you've chosen to be. You will have to sit this one out, plushie. Final Fantasy XIV Photographer Edition with Caetsu Chaiji. You should come closer. Do you want to come closer? That is also not going to be in the picture. That is just problematic. Yeah, so I've already given up on having the actual ship. It's too big. It's at a weird angle. You can't really tell that it is a ship at any angle whatsoever. So this is as good as it's gonna be. He really tried. Like, actually. It is pretty funny. How about I take a picture with both? Midgardsorm is also in the picture, that's true, but he's not as incredibly front and center. No, I have a picture with both. The reason why I care about this is because sometimes if something is too much in the foreground, it can be difficult to actually do anything with the picture. And I don't have, like, I don't want to log in on Smol Kai to take a new picture if the thumbnail picture that I've taken is bad. Then I'll just have a bad picture. But a good solution to that is to take more than one. Now we go to Ratsatan. I think it's a good picture. As I said, I don't think we can actually fit the ship in any meaningful way on the picture anyway. Fuck. Caetsu, on behalf of Admiral Blufisvin, I thank you for your many deeds in service to Limsa Lominsa. We have received troubling tidings that beasts akin to those that plague Ratsarhan have been sighted on the Elanocean coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat, yet there is much we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this arena would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? I will do all that I can. Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I am certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you are able. The Secretariat at Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. It is interesting that you can craft minions, but it also makes sense that you could make a plushy teddy bear. Arrow says I will stay in the stream, but I have crafting to do in Odin. Well, thank you for checking in on the stream, checking in game. That is, of course, not a requirement to hang out with me in game all the time. But I'm glad you joined. Hopefully we can scrounge together 8 players for the final round next week, so that we can queue for it in minimum item level. Oh wait a minute, Maelstrom Command is over there. And Umia has roulettes to do, of course. It is certainly not the first time or the last time that I will hear that someone just watches the stream while doing their dailies or something. That makes perfect sense to me. Sometimes I do that, like just have like a long video like some podcast maybe, whatever, while I'm doing dailies in a game. Ah, our man in Ratsarhan told us to expect you. I'll inform the Admiral of your arrival. And of course she actually holds her hand up like this. To have to like the link pearl in her ear. Nice detail. Glad you could join us, Caetsu. I only wish it were under better circumstances. The grave news from the bounty has not escaped our ears. I can scarce begin to imagine the horrors you have witnessed there. It pains me to say the selfsame hell has come to Vilbrand. Fell beasts born of deepest despair have been sighted all throughout our island. Tell her what we know. The first report came a few days ago from one of our men patrolling Skull Valley. He spoke of a fearsome creature unlike any native to our shores. While we had our suspicions, it was only later that our connection to the final days was confirmed by a most unlikely source, the Zahakian. We've been treating their tempered for some time now, and many have made a full recovery. Owing to this, some factions are eager to improve diplomatic relations with Limsa. It is one such faction that has provided the most comprehensive reports in all their alarming detail. They speak of a most dreadful sight, their spawn brothers transforming into horrific beasts before their very eyes. Indeed, it is far too similar to the incidents in Ratsarhan to be mere coincidence. If our assumptions are correct, the first and most formidable of the beasts, blasphemy, as it was decided we would call them, prowls our waters as we speak. Fortunately, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy within the city. Nevertheless, if we are to spare our people the horror that befell Ratsarhan, then the fiend must be dealt with, and quickly. Despite our investigative efforts, we remain very much in the dark as to the precise nature of the threat we face. Were we to recklessly dispatch large numbers of troops, we'd run the risk of having our own men corrupted. You can well imagine the carnage that would ensue. As such, Admiral Blufisvin has decided to keep those involved to a minimum, and lead the investigation herself. And I would have you at my side. What say you? You have my thanks. We will depart at once to meet with our Zahakian allies and gather what knowledge we can, that we might devise a proper plan of attack. They are due to arrive at South Tidegate soon. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. It's also all the same, because I believe these quests have multiple solo duties that I would have to leave the party for anyway. Oh wow, it's foggy out here. This will pass our agreed upon meeting time, but the Sahagin are nowhere to be seen. They did not seem the sorts to break their word. This bodes ill. Let us leave this place to the guards and search Halfstone for any sign of them. Null is in danger. Quickly, to his aid. Wait, where? How can you see that? Tall. Ah, of course. She spied across the battlefield. Out there in the distance. She is very tall. Many thanks, Shorewalker. Pray tell, is my companion safe? Yes, of course. The Admiral herself comes to our aid. Glad tidings indeed. You too have my boundless gratitude for saving my life. Let us quit this place before those beasts return. Good call. Let us run. She is 3 small guys tall. Ding! That makes her 3. That means that she can see at least 3 times further. Everyone's still alive. Good. But not if we stay out here too long. Inside, quickly. Nice, a wooden shield. Thank you, my friends. Those ghastly beasts would have made short work of us had you not intervened. And yet, it brought me no joy to watch them die, for, unbelievable as it may sound, until a short time ago they were none other than our very own spawn brothers. At first, we thought them merely cursed, but our talismans and magics availed us not. Aye, 'twas no curse, 'twas an evil like no other, innocent souls transformed against their will into unholy beasts called blasphemies. Blasphemies. Pray tell us more. That would be your area of expertise, Caetsu. It is a new unit of measurement. It is 1 small kai. It is like those old school measuring types where you need the actual object to measure it. Not very efficient, but it is very funny. Turned into beasts by the power of despair. This is horrifying indeed. Thus far, the phenomenon here in Lenacea has been limited to the Sahagin. Why is that? I cannot say, yet I wonder if the crushing tide are involved in some way. I know not of this crushing tide. Word of them has yet to reach you, I see. It all began when the Indigo matriarch, the queen of our kind, was stricken with a grave malady. Tragic as it were, there was one small solace. She was not fond of shorewalkers, and so deprived of her leadership, more of my kind came to see the wisdom in making peace with Limsa Lominsa. There remain, of course, those who would oppose our cause. They formed a group they call the Crushing Tide. Even now, they seek to summon the Lord of the Wall anew, and consign all finless ones unto the briny deep. However, they lack the crystals necessary to do so. Denied the power they crave, they can do naught but gnash their teeth in desperation. And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformations? Yes, just so. Those of our spawn brothers who turned into those beasts had been fraternizing with the Crushing Tide. Despite our differences, we cannot abandon our kin to such a cruel fate. Yet we must be careful not to drive them to still deeper despair. Yes, we must consider the situation carefully, lest we bring destruction upon all our kind. Tell me this, are the Crushing Tide even now under Leviathan's thrall? If freed from their drowned state, might they not listen to reason?
but only so simple. All but a few are long since cured. They walk this path of their own free will. In that case, they may yet be dissuaded from their present course. For the sake of our nascent alliance, we will do all we can to save your brethren. Fortunately, a most capable ally stands with us, for this woman has bested many a formidable foe, including Leviathan. The great Caetsu Chaiji, in the flesh, honored am I to stand in your presence. Together, we will weather this storm and usher in a new age of harmony, this I swear. There is much to be done. For now, let us return to our homes and prepare as best we can for the trials ahead. Should we discover aught of value, we'll be sure to share it with you. I ask that you do the same. Indeed we shall. Until such time, I watch over my spawn brothers and pray that no more succumb to the change. Hey Orion, how are you doing? Replaces rods. Is that a unit of measurement? That was a relatively quick quest, I think. You missed our full pre-made party clear of the Mother Crystal, Orion. So maybe next week we will be able to get the minimum item level final trial. So that is something to look forward to. I really hope we can. Welcome back. Thanks to you and Null, I now possess a proper understanding of the challenge we face. It is a daunting task that lies before us. We will continue to cooperate with the Sahakins to learn all we can. Once we have located the blasphemy, I will have need of your strength. Till then, I ask that you remain at the ready. Clearly, the storm clouds have only begun to gather. I do hope you enjoy it, Orion. The timing could not be better. You have not moved an inch, and apparently Melrib has already figured everything out, and like she literally handed me a letter going, don't tell Kaya to leave. As she left, your timing could not be better. The Admiral has just this moment returned from meeting with the Sahakin. That is really fast. I shall inform her of your arrival. Ah, Caetsu, I'm glad you're here. We have decided on our next course of action. As you know, we face two distinct but interconnected challenges. The transformations occurring among the Sahakin may be one, but the blasphemy itself is the root of the problem. Thus far, those who succumbed to the change have all been affiliated with the Crushing Tide, who continue to resist our diplomatic efforts. Were we to put a stop to the phenomenon, as well as address their grievances, we may yet have a chance at peace. To that end, I would propose a double-pronged approach. On one front, we shall work in tandem with our Sahakin allies to redouble our patrols. Should the blasphemy surface, we will share this knowledge and move immediately to dispatch the threat. At the same time, we will pursue a dialogue with the Crushing Tide. We need to bring them back to the negotiating table, and then see what can be done to convince them to stand down. A key point will, no doubt, be the lingering issue of securing land for their spawning grounds. This is a discussion I intend to approach with an open mind. It will be no easy task, but we succeeded with the kobolds, and I have faith that we will succeed with the Sahakin as well, as long as we parley in good faith. I can only hope the Crushing Tide share that sentiment. You're wise to temper your expectations, but I would not abandon hope ere we try. At any rate, Null has sent word that one Dove, a priest who styles himself the leader of the Crushing Tide, has grudgingly agreed to hear us out. I will parley with him face to face at the subs spawning grounds, and would have you at my side, if you do not object, that is. Excellent. In that case, pray join me at South Tide Gate when you're ready. From there, we will go together. Yeah,
we have reached the point where the next main quest sends us into space. You know, the kind of quest where it's like, oh, actually, maybe you should finish up anything else you have going before you do this. And have thus decided to jump into the role quest line. Hopefully we can finish tonight, and I'm saying hopefully because, I mean, I don't mind going overtime to get it done, but I would rather not go several hours overtime. But yeah, this is the melee DPS role quest. It is entirely optional. It might have been relevant when it was really new, because hey, it's new outfit, but nowadays maybe you would never use it. Like, by the time you can get the gear from the main quest, you could have purchased a crafted set easily. All prepared, are you? Dove is not known for his patience. We must take care not to incur his ire. I was told he would be at the spawning grounds upon our arrival, but it appears he has been delayed. Let us speak with Zahakin here. Mayhap one of them will be able to shed light on what may be keeping him. One more thing, I come here as a representative of Limsa on a diplomatic mission. Should the talks deteriorate and things come to blows, I cannot be seen to blood in my hands. I trust that you understand. And with that, let us be off. She's following us. Ryan says, yeah, the fact that the only reward was diable job gear was like, don't care. The reason why I did them is because it's, you know, it's story. And also because it was a quest on my map, and I did basically all quests under that reason alone on my main. What is this? Since when are filthy shorewalkers free to intrude upon our sacred spawning grounds? Pray forgive our intrusion. We seek an audience with Speaker Dove. Where might we find him? You will do no such thing, Shorewalker. We have not forgotten what you did to Lord Leviathan. Begone! We won't get much out of this one. Let's try elsewhere. Why do you trespass in our domain, vile shorewalkers? We mean you no harm. We come only for a peaceful parley with your leader, Master Dove. Where might we find him? We desire no parley with the shorewalkers who would steal our home. We're not for your insatiable selfishness. We Sahakin would grow and flourish. Your grievances are justified. That is why I would speak with Master Dove and work toward a peaceful solution. Empty words from the thieving shorewalkers. But so be it. Soon you shall learn the futility of your efforts. Speaker Dove is currently overseeing security at this spawning grounds. You'll find him by the entrance. Oh, mark my words. You will wish you hadn't. We shall see. I thank you for your aid. Didn't we have an agreement that he was coming to talk with us? Weaver says, there's also a set of quests if you do all 5 of the role quest lines. I'm a bit of a completionist with respect to those. Yeah, I also did that. That is also a really cool quest, by the way. Look, quest line. Shorewalkers in our spawning grounds. To what do I owe the displeasure? Speaker Dove, I presume. Our apologies for entering into your home unannounced. I'm Melvin Blufisvin, Chief Admiral of Limsa, and this is Caetsu Chaiji. We come seeking a parley that we might strive for peace between our peoples. Parley, you say? Prolonging this conflict any further will lead only to needless suffering. The menace both our peoples face is great indeed. If ever there was a time to set aside our differences and come together for the greater good, it is now. I invite you to join us at South Tidegate for formal negotiations. Shorewalkers and Sahakin coming together? What assurance do I have that you will not slit our gills the moment we set foot within your territory? I can offer you naught but my word. We open our gates to you and invite you into our home as a show of respect. I do not trust you, Shorewalker, but let it never be said that Dove of the Crushing Tide was a coward.
I accept your offer, but attempt any treachery or subterfuge, and your people will drown in their own blood.
Very well, Master Dove. I look forward to a productive discussion. Let us return then. I shall send word to Null as well. I would have our Sahagan allies join us at the parley.
Damn to the depths with whoever invented parley. Grrr.
It is funny that we couldn't negotiate in their turf. Wouldn't that make more sense, since they're at the disadvantage and we want to talk with them? Thank you for joining us here, Master Dove.
The air here sickens me. Be brief.
Aye, let us get straight to the heart of the matter. A common threat looms before us, one more powerful than any primal, with the potential to bring death without end to both Sahagan and Lomensan alike. These circumstances call for swift and united action. You doubt our intentions, but I remind you that we have liberated many of your kin from Leviathan's enthrallment. They and countless other Sahagan have joined us, of their own free will, that we may ensure the survival of both our peoples.
Aye, by their deeds have the Lomensans proven themselves worthy of our trust.
Master Dove, you and your crushing tide want only to secure a future for your people. I say to you, this can only be done by confronting this threat together.
Threats. Threats. What is this threat you speak of? If it is unity you crave, then submit yourself to our command. Be as the Serpent Readers. They're the only shore walkers I deign to call friend.
You would ask us to willingly surrender ourselves to your Lord of the World?
I do, for that, and that alone, will ensure peace between us.
Preposterous! You propose not alliance, but servitude. This way lies nothing but death for all Sahagan.
Do you hear this, my spawn brothers? The shorewalkers have stolen this one's mind. He decries Lord Leviathan and espouses the lunacy of our sworn foes. These treacherous wretches have abandoned our god and conspire to drive we faithful from our ancestral home. We cannot, we must not let this stand.
For shame, forsaken by our spawn brothers, they side with the finless ones and blaspheme our Lord Leviathan.
No, blaspheme is what you're becoming, my friend.
They who steal our spawning grounds and slaughter our children, our future, our future.
Good job, leader.
Behold, behold this blessing. Lord Leviathan grants us greater and greater strength.
You would call this a blessing?
Such horrors. Flee. Flee for your lives.
The beasts make for Aleport. I leave this place to you. If you're that confident in that that blasphemous creature's power, you would stay and see it.
Splendid, splendid. Let all our spawn brothers be blessed with such power.
What happens with your spawn brothers after they get blessed with this power, Dove? Do they happen to kill your other spawn brothers? And then you just go, oh, it's fine. It killed the non-believers. Smol Caetsu to the rescue! That reminds me. Oink. Is there only going to be this one? Was that it? What a quest.
This is the second time you've saved my life, Endwalker. My gratitude is as boundless as the sea. But what of the Admiral? We must go to our aid.
And so we do. Do you need help? No, you don't. I was too late. I'm sorry.
There's no need for apologies. You're not responsible for my people's plight. But what I cannot fathom is Dolph's response. How pleased he was to see his brothers become slavering beasts.
Fool believes it a blessing from Leviathan himself. Any hope for a peaceable solution will be lost should Dove and his crushing tide manage to wield these transformations as a weapon against us.
I shudder at the very thought, and yet the true threat, the blasphemy, is still out there, yes?
Just so. The first ones to transform are those who have fallen into the deepest depths of despair. The more painful their anguish, the more fearsome and formidable they become in their bestial forms, and the greater their influence over others.
We can scarcely hope to stand against a legion of such foes. Would that there was more my people could do to help.
I will have the Maelstrom patrol the seas for the blasphemy, that we might slay it with all due haste. But this may well amount to naught. If the blasphemy, too, was born from a Sahagin, it could be sheltering in the depths, beyond the reach of our ships.
In that case, pray allow my spawn brothers and I to serve as your eyes beneath this sea.
Thank you, Noel. Through our efforts combined, we might yet weather this threat. As for your brothers who gave their lives today for our cause, I shall see that they are returned home to be laid to rest as they deserve.
You have my gratitude, Admiral.
And with that, we should return as well. There's much work to be done, and would see it done quickly. Casual racism. That is the classic with the beast tribes, isn't it? But again, to be fair, they are somewhat in their right to believe some of these things, since before the Warrior of Light came along, the different city-states pretty much just pushed the beast tribes around because they could. Ah, Caetsu, I was just sharing our findings. So you see, the danger is exactly as the Sahagin described. While Dove and his ilk have no means of forcibly triggering the phenomenon at present, it is plain they intend to seek one out. Redouble our patrols offshore and inform me at the first sign of anything out of the ordinary. It shall be done, Admiral. I worry that we may be stretching ourselves too thin. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I will recall our forces from Garlemald, yet I will reserve that as a last resort. For now, I must get to work securing reinforcements. I ask that you remain close by. We may have need of your strength all too soon. Do you mean, like, right now? Like, right now, perhaps? Oh yeah, indeed. The Admiral left a message for you, and the news is not good. It appears that a Lominsan merchant ship was assailed by a Sahagin raiding party affiliated with the Crushing Tide. To further complicate matters, the vessel in question was carrying a shipment of crystals supplied to us by the kobolds of Ogomoro. The Admiral suspects that Dove means to use the plundered crystals to summon Leviathan. She's gone to meet with Noel that we and our Sahagin allies might take swift action. She bids you join her immediately. Should the worst come to the worst, your experience in combating primals may prove essential. Pray make for South Tidegate and rendezvous with Admiral Blufisvin at once. And off we go. I can't remember. Is it 5 quests? Like, is it 85, 86, 87, 88, 89? Or is there also level 91? I can't remember. Not that it's super important. We did 2 quests each in like 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Thank you for coming, Caetsu. The situation is grim. The crushing tide plundered one of our trading ships and seized a goodly stash of Okomoro crystals. Though their aim is clear, it appears they yet lack the quantity needed to perform the summoning. Thou longs for the days when every Zagan cried out for Lord Leviathan's deliverance, and will stop at nothing to see them return. I cannot fathom what the crushing tide are thinking. What satisfaction, what happiness can be found in giving over their hearts and minds to a false god. And so we must thwart their designs, lest the bonds we have forged be forever broken. By the same token, we cannot ignore the blasphemy, nor the transformations its presence may bring about. A battle on 2 fronts, neither of which we can commit to at the expense of the other. As we sail into the eye of the storm, I would hear your counsel. What course of action would you propose? Might return to the 3 great pirate powers for aid. Let us recruit the Yellow Jackets to the cause. Sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. I'm pretty sure that those 2 are pointless, because that is actually what happens. But I will try to choose this one on the chance that it changes the dialogue. As it happens, I've already enlisted the Executioners, the Krakens, and the Sirens to the cause. They've done much to bolster the Maelstrom's efforts to scour the seas for the blasphemy. So if we are to seek reinforcements, we will have to turn elsewhere. But to whom? Well, the Yellow Jackets are literally like the guard of the city, as I recall, so no point there. Sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. The Company of Heroes. Now that's a name I've not heard in some time. It is true that they answered the call many a time. Indeed, other than you and yours, there are arguably none better suited to the task of primal slaying. But they disbanded over 5 years ago, and neither hide nor hair has been seen of their commander since. Aye, absent their leader, I suspect they will be reluctant to join our cause. And yet, I can think of no better option. I'll contact Wisegate, their erstwhile commander's right-hand man, and see if he will not hear us out. I'll ask him to meet us at the Drowning Wench. Let us hope he is receptive to our offer. No, might I trust you and your brothers to continue the search for the blasphemy in the meantime?
But of course, Admiral. Should we discover anything, you will be the first to know.
And back to the Limsa again. It's an old RTS game. This? Oh, Company of Heroes. That is true. That is an RTS game. That's what we need. We need 1 copy of Company of Heroes. If we get really good at that game, I'm sure we can come up with a strategy, Melvip. I'm sure we can. My apologies for the delay. You are alone. And here I swore 5 years ago that I was done playing hero, someone said from off screen. Look, it's Braveflocks. Could someone explain what this is all about? Believe it or not, I'm a respectable man with respectable obligations these days. Take that polearm out of your arse, old friend, and stop pretending you're not still a murderous bastard at heart. Watch that wicked tongue of yours, Uod, lest I skew it and prove you right. Prove you right?
Ah, nothing like a reunion with dear companions over a bottle of the wench's finest vintage. That is why we're here, right?
Long time no eye catch, Uplanders. Bravelock's tummy tickled to see gobby friends again.
Thank you for assembling on such short notice. As the pleasantries, Admiral. Spare us the pleasantries, Admiral. Why are we here? I make a simple request. Reform the Company of Heroes and lend limbs elements of your strengths. Lol, no.
You've a reason, I'm sure. I would hear it.
And then she explained the reason. So there you have it. A terrible feat known as a blasphemy prowls our seas, transforming the Sahagin into ravening beasts. At the same time, the Sahagin themselves, specifically a hostile faction calling themselves the Crushing Tide, had declared their intention to summon Leviathan anew. Should they succeed, we would be hard-pressed to deal with the Primal while still dealing with the other threats.
A right pickle indeed. But the answer's no. The commander disbanded the company, and as his first mate, it is not my place to gainsay his final order.
So that, I say, have you forgotten our company's creed? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Are the people now in danger not the same men and women we fought to defend years ago? The commander would not have turned his back on them, and neither should we.
Bold words, Landonil, but do you truly believe that we can honor them as we are? Old mercenaries past their prime, lacking the commander whose wisdom and prowess saw them to glory once upon a time.
Ah, yes. Your commander. What if Caetsu here were to lead you in his stead? Surely you would not question her abilities. Work for me?
An intriguing proposition. I, for one, would not be averse to serving under such a decorated hero.
Gobby Friends has goodly head for fighty think and goodly arms for thinky fight. As ringing an endorsement as any, but I would hear it from the woman herself. Do you believe you are capable of leading the Company of Heroes into battle?
Better battle than a banquet. Actually, I think Smol Kai would like a banquet. If you've the stones to follow me. And when I say stones, I am talking about candy crystals.
Now that's the confidence I'd expect from my commander. Very well then. Consider us yours to lead.
That was easy.
5 years to the day. Truth be told, I was enjoying the more leisurely life, but when duty calls...
Wait, before we proceed, I must ask, have we no way of reaching out to the commander? Forgotten how he took his leave, have we? Up and vanishing so we could each find our own way. Apart from him and the company, I doubt we'll see him again, much as I wish we could. To the matter at hand, the missions you will undertake. First, you are to aid us tracking down the blasphemy that roams the sea. Second, you must prevent the Crushing Tide from summoning Leviathan at all costs. So both things.
Oh, is that all? And I thought we might get our feet wet with a real challenge. But in all seriousness, we should take care to decide who attends to what.
Sounds like a job for our acting commander. I'm sure she'll give it all due consideration.
Brian says, I'm almost done catching up with the normal raids, currently queued for the 8th circle. I hope you enjoy. You will also be happy to know that once you reach the 9th circle, your queues should be a lot faster.
So if I understand this correctly, we are to bring down this so-called blasphemy. Of course, to do that, we'll need to find the damn thing first. We've also got to prevent the Crushing Tide from summoning their god, Leviathan. A tall order in and of itself. As acting commander, it's your job to decide who will be doing what, based on the skills we each have to offer. I'd recommend that you start by having a chat with each of us, that you might develop a sense of the strengths and weaknesses, mostly strengths, of course, of the storied veterans under your command.
Everyone else left. My specialty, you ask? Why, impaling fiends with this lance of mine, of course. The stronger the foe, the better. None are a match for me. It would be folly to waste my talents on dealing with those slippery fishmen. Set me against that so-called blasphemy, and I'll have the thing on a skewer before you can say, Melwip Blufisvin. Too late. In that case, you do the pursuing and slaying the blasphemy, then. A wise choice. Send Landonil after the Sahakin, and he's likely like to help them summon Leviathan to sate his bloodlust. Good point. I will speak plain. I am not some battle-crazed barbarian like Landonil. As none of the are a tribe of peerless hunters, I conduct my affairs with discipline and prudence. As such, I know better than any that to rush headlong into battle is rarely the best course of action. Far wiser it is to observe from afar and proceed with caution. Then, you know what, you might be good for preventing the primal summoning. Very astute, if I do say so myself. There are few better suited to the task of averting needless bloodshed than the famously circumspect Ward Nun. As you well know, my vision is somewhat lacking these days. I can still defend myself when necessary, but I'd rather not come to that. My condition also leaves me rather unsuited to scouting and searching. It wasn't always the case, but such is life. On the other hand, I'd like to think I've gotten quite good at sounding out the intentions of others during negotiations and the like. Then you help with the primal summoning thing. You've a keen sense for these things, I see. More so than reconnaissance or battle, Shamani has a knack for working behind the scenes to see the company's goals achieved. Braveflock's master remake of Illuminati treasures offers much hand-lending with ingenuity. Far-seeing spyglass sees far into ocean deep, crackfires go boom and blast beasts into bitty pieces. You go for the blasphemy then, you sound aggressive. A logical choice, if I do say so myself. Braveflock's mastery of tools and armaments are sure to avail you in tracking and felling that beast. It would seem everyone has their assignments. And I dare say the choices you've made are nigh impeccable. If I didn't know better, I'd think you'd been leading us for years. I mean, you gave me guidance on what you wanted to do. That helps a lot. And with that, it is time we got to work. I have procured link pills, one and all, that we can keep each other apprised of our progress. You may pick them up from Maelstrom Command. We'd best be off then. Should we have need to regroup or reconsider our strategy, call for us. What does he do then? I will return to command and share these developments here with the Secretariat and our Sahakin friends. Do join me if you can. Commander Caetsu. At the young age of child, she's already a commander. I think this is also actually an interesting incentive to do these quests. Like, if you just wanted to do them so that they're done, you can do most of these cutscenes in like that. And like, these quests take around 10-15 minutes so far. And that's mostly cutscenes. So if you just want it done, you could do it in like 2 minutes per quest.
Ah, Caetsu, the Admiral has apprised me of the situation in full.
Finish Caetsu with a link pill, yes?
Of course, Admiral.
It would seem the company is trying to reach us. Oh there, Commander. Just give the word and I'll come running. Lower your goddamn voice, will you? Watch your tongue, or I'll track you down and rip yours out.
They sound more like mortal enemies than old companions.
That's where Caetsu comes in. I'm trusting you to whip them back into shape. Make them a force to be reckoned with. Since when did I become a teacher? I will have the Secretariat contact you if there are any developments. I would convey them to the entire company by link pearl, but we cannot afford anyone taking reckless action. In the meantime, I will reach out to Dol and see what he has gleaned about the crushing tide and their hideout. Let us hope for good tidings, Commander. And then Melrib walks off and disappears. And then Melrib has to come back. Brave news, Caetsu. We've just received word that Candlekeep Quay is under attack. It would seem the crushing tide has struck again. The Admiral asks that you deploy the company of heroes at once. Our man here will act as your signaler. The company of heroes is awaiting your orders. Candlekeep Quay. Both Landonel and Woodnone should be close by. What are your instructions? Landonel is a hot-headed warrior who lives for the thrill of battle, while Woodnone is a calm and calculating hunter. Both can serve you well, but better if assigned to a task suited to their skills. What order will you give Landonel? For a moment I didn't see that it was Landonel specifically. I thought it was for both of them. Drive the crushing tide away. Consider it done, Commander. And Woodnone, you see the residents of Candlekeep Quay to safety. Understood. The rest of us will head there at once. I'll tell the Admiral you and the company of heroes are on your way. Godspeed. Good news, everyone! We are under attack! Weaver says, in my opinion, the reason to do these is for the lore, since Ryan observed. The gear reward is essentially non-existent. Well, it's not non-existent. If you don't want to use the job gear sets at all for glamour, then it is practically nothing. But if you want to use them and you want to dye them, then it might be relevant. And some people like to use the job outfits because those are like the most job-specific outfits in the game, right? Elfman, rip and tear until it is done. To shreds, you say? Indeed. And the Sahagin? To shreds, you say? Worry not, the tide has already ebbed, if you follow my meaning. Very poetic. Skate. Perhaps you're curious how your men carried out your orders. You'll be pleased to hear that Landonel led the attack with his characteristic aplomb, dancing amongst his foes with such speed and ferocity that were dizzying to watch. Woodnone made full use of his talents in leading the rescue effort. Not a single man, woman, or child suffered so much as a scratch. I had my doubts at first, but you've passed your first trial as acting captain with flying colors. I thought I was commander. And Braveflocks? Okay, right then. The battle is over, I see. It is good to see the company of heroes can still live up to its name. I demand answers. Why did you target Candlekeep Quay? I spit on your questions, filthy shorewalker. I was hoping we might do this the easy way, but if you insist. So you would torture us. You shorewalkers are all the same. Savage brutes, the lot of you. You just attacked us. Torture? Please, we are not so uncivilized as that, my slippery friend. Stands with knife. Braveflock's shiny treasure will have Fishman trading tongue flaps in no time. Allow me to explain. Shamani, Lomani, and Braveflocks are well practiced in the art of interrogation. Shamani has a sharp mind, as I'm sure you've noticed, and a knack for getting information out of uncooperative types with a minimum of fuss. Braveflocks, on the other hand, their methods can be
unconventional, to say the least, but it's hard to argue with the results. Well, Commander, the choice is yours to make. Braveflocks, I choose you! Ryan says, in this case, it also feels like a throwback to Our Realm Reborn. It is, because the the Company of Heroes is like a huge quest line. Like, Braveflock's long stop is actually a part of that whole storyline, as I recall. And the whole hanging out in, like, Lanosea is also very much like that. Each of the role storylines, each of the role quest lines actually are like, almost like callbacks to different expansions. Like, there's one... And even that is like split up a bit. There's some that happens in Ishgard, there's some that happens in Kugane, and there's some that happens like in Alamigo. But since there's, you know, 5 roles, that means there's of course 5 completely different areas. Indeed, that was a Souls of the Banquet line earlier.
If Fishman will not spit out truthy words, Braveflox's treat will have Fishman spit out something else.
Is your device the knife?
What is this?
Ah, so vile, so putrid, this stench. What?
Ugh. Stinky sweet of aged gobby cheese is strong, yes. Makes many nose tickles and stomach turns.
Our fiend friend spit something up, all right. Though I'd rather he hadn't.
Fine, I will speak dirty, Shawwalkers. Just get that foul poison away from me.
Again, I ask, why did you target Candlekeep Quay?
Tao himself gave the order. Said we must establish a foothold in preparation for our assault on the city.
He means to attack Limsalamence itself, but with your numbers that would be folly.
Speaker Dove commands power beyond the comprehension of you Shorewalkers.
We've dealt with Leviathan before.
You misunderstand. Speaker Dove says it is a greater power still, the very first being blessed by our Lord.
The blasphemy. Tell me where Dove is.
An island far to the south and east. There he performs a rite that will summon forth the Divine One and deliver my brothers and I to glory.
Thank you for your cooperation. Your reward is cheese. I suspect that Dove is hiding out somewhere in the Ciel d'Alais, a deserted isle most likely. I don't know much about these so-called blasphemies, but can they truly be tamed so easily? No. We have no evidence they can, but we must operate under the assumption that Dove has found a way. I will ready a ship. We set sail for the Ciel d'Alais at once. Prepare yourselves and meet me at the docks as soon as you are ready.
I'll have Shamani and Braveflox continue the interrogation in the meantime. Our friends here might still be hiding something from us.
That's true, Weeba. I get that. If I remember correctly, Shamani bribes them, offers them something delicious. I can't remember what it is, but I would guess it is wine, because that's what Shamani really specializes in, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time, but there's like a whole quest line with Shamani in that regard. The banquet, as was mentioned. Everyone is here? Good. We make for the Ciel d'Alais in search of Dao's hideout. Our friend Null will be waiting for us there. The Blasphemy, too, may be present. Be vigilant and keep your weapons at the ready. Well, Commander, do you have any words for your men on the eve of battle?
All for one, the duty of the strong.
is to protect the weak.
Surprise! We meet again, Dove. Where is the blasphemy? Tell us now so we may end this madness. Above us, you say? It's like 40% mouse.
Speak of the bloody devil. There it is, the dread beast I saw beneath the waves.
The source of our woes. Not that is a bad time. The echo of all the times.
Denied. But thou must. Defend the commander.
This is reminiscent of the role quests in Shadowbringers where echoes also came in conveniently.
I bring grave tidings, my queen. The wretched shorewalkers poison the minds of my spawn brothers with false words and foul magics. Our poor, beguiled brethren renounce Lord Leviathan and name him a false god. They treat with him Salamensa, and some even call for an alliance. We must summon him, that the lost might receive of his blessing anew. This I would gladly do, had our stock of crystals not run dry.
Spawning time is nearly upon us, yet you fight and bicker amongst yourselves. How am I to birth a new brood when my children grown stand divided?
Who dares enter the sacred chamber? Forgive my intrusion, Queen Mother. I speak for the Sahakin who seek an all accord with the Shorewalkers. A new age is upon us. We needn't turn to false gods, nor foment bitterness and bloodshed in our precious spawning grounds. The Shorewalkers have changed. They endeavor to understand us, to share these lands with us, that they may have peace, and we our spawning grounds.
Would this be true?
Lies, lies! Do not be deceived by that one's delusions, my queen. He's a heathen who has strayed from Lord Leviathan's light. The Shorewalkers are oathbreakers, now and forevermore. As they extend one hand in friendship, they clutch a dagger in the other. We are beasts in their eyes, deserving of naught but slaughter.
He has partly a point based on previous actions.
Oh, for a blessed moment I felt the faintest touch of hope. But you are right, Dove. They are demons, and we are damned. Oh, for woe! My poor children have lost their faith. Their minds poisoned by lies. They turn away from the Lord of the world, and cast their lot with the enemy.
'Tis so, my queen, 'tis so. We will have no choice but to abandon our sacred spawning grounds and sink to the ocean's floor to rot and decay.
Dove, dearest of my children, you tell then that we have no future? How can I bring new life into this world, knowing that my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? How can I bear this unbearable sadness? I cannot.
What's happening?
Please, my queen, you must calm yourself. It's a bit too late for that. Such power, such beauty. Interesting opinion, friend. A blessing from Lord Leviathan himself. Yes, that's what happened. I'm very curious as to how he came to that conclusion, but alright then. So this is a blasphemy, eh? I can see what all the fuss was about. Have you your wits about you? Good. If you can fight, now is the time. Or maybe not. That is a lot of legs. Strike now, my queen. Send the Shorewalkers and their honorless leader to her death. Interesting elemental type for water creatures. What's happening? I can't feel my legs. Effective hunting strategy. Why, mother, are we not your children too? Oof. And no healers with the Suna. Well, the healer with the Suna would also be paralyzed in this situation. Just CC spam. Yes, do it again. Go ahead. Have you heard of diminishing returns? Come at me. Damn it, we cannot weather another blow like the last. Oh. Melwip should have just done that. No, Ymir. Diminishing returns do not exist in PvP, you see. I still don't know what in the seven hells just happened, but I'll be damned if I'm going to go down without a fight. Steady, the beast is feeding on our ether. We'll not survive a head-on fight. Londonil, Ward, remember the company strategy when faced with overwhelming odds. Oh, the CC spam. Right, good point. Smoke bomb! Retreat! Retreat! Let's get ourselves the bloody hells out of here! Nigorenda yo! It's just standing there like, huh, I could have sworn. The Joestar secret technique, exactly. Strategic advance to the rear. Run away! Damn it all. Damn it all. We'd have better luck holding back the tide. How goes it, friends? Is what I would normally ask, but judging from the muttered cursing, I gather it did not go all that well. We barely escaped with our lives. To think the damn beast had the power to stop us in our tracks. Literally. What do you know of the creature's origins? Was it once as a Haken as you suspected? Mayhap the echo afforded Caetsu some insight. It actually did, yes. Dove's villainy knows no bounds, sowing seeds of despair in our Queen Mother's heart, that she might transform into that monstrosity.
If she was the first to turn, then there was nothing deliberate about it. Still, it's clear that his words served as a catalyst. If we kill the blasphemy, it'll be tantamount to killing the Sahagins' queen. That's not going to endear us to them one bit.
I cannot turn my spear against the mother who birthed me, let alone take her life.
Out of curiosity, did anyone see who fired that shot? Well, not for that, we'd all be dead. I know not, but we must formulate a plan, and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island and now roams the open sea. I will order them to continue the search. In the meantime, we must find a means to overcome the beast's formidable offense. Leave that to us. Time and again, we've used our wits and experience to triumph over the longest odds. To defeat your enemy, first you must know your enemy. Tell me, Commander, what do you reckon was the most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our initial encounter? That the blasphemy has the power to absorb ether.
I concur. Now that we know how the beast disables its foes, we can use this knowledge to devise a proper defense against it. But that is not all we have learned. While the blasphemy can maneuver through the water, it also frequents caves and the like. Our best chance of defeating it would be in such a place.
Our only chance, I dare say. I will send scouts to identify any and all large caverns and coastal areas that could serve as shelter for a massive creature. To ensure the safety of our people, and to have any hope for peace with Sahagin, this is a battle that we must win. All your strength and wisdom will be needed in the days to come. Dismissed. Come, let us share our findings with the Maelstrom. I will be right back, and then we will continue. Enjoy your time with the Watcher.
Alright, I'm back. We continue. If I remember correctly, I did this quest as a Reaper originally. Now that we have seen what the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, 'tis more plain to me than ever that it must be slain. Reach out to all trade ships entering and departing Limsa. Inform them that any sightings of the blasphemy are to be reported to Maelstrom Command at once. Understood, but given the beast's abilities, how do you intend to overcome it? I trust that the Company of Heroes and Caetsu, experienced primal slayers all, will find a way. And yet I would leave no resource untapped. There is one more whose expertise I would call upon, if he would agree. Even Waysgate is at a loss as to his former commander's whereabouts, but mayhap Ainsar could offer some guidance. No doubt you are still fatigued from the battle with the blasphemy. Pray rest while you are able. When we are ready to take further action, you will hear from me. Till then, take care. Ah, Caetsu, I wish I had better news for you, but the blasphemy continues to elude us. Can you hear me, Commander? This is Waysgate. I have an idea how we might take down the blasphemy. Meet me in Costa del Sol as soon as you are able. Well, that sounds promising. I'll tell the Admiral you'll be away for a bit. Godspeed and stay safe out there. Two quests left. I predict we will go at least a little bit over time. Apologies for having you come all this way, Caetsu. Ever since our encounter with the blasphemy, I've been racking my brain to find a way of dealing with this debilitating attack. Sadly, I've come up empty-handed, and my companions fare no better. That's when I started thinking, if only our finest was still with us. He always had a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp, he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. It's thanks to him that we were able to slay both Leviathan and Titan, and live to tell the tale. The Rob is, well, he's a bit eccentric, and yes, I know you could say that about all the company members. But unlike us, he prefers to work from the shadows. Truth be told, I've not seen him since the day we disbanded. I doubt he'd help his old comrades, even if we asked, but an order from the company's acting commander would be a different story. In our heyday, we had a way of reaching him. Whistle at the forked road, and sooner or later he'd show himself. Didn't matter when, winter or summer, in broad sunlight or the dead of night, he'd always be watching from afar. With any luck, he still is now. But I've rambled on enough. Go on now, this may be our best and only hope. Hey Peter, how are you doing? We are in the later half of the melee role quest line. Of Endwalker, of course. The one with the Company of Heroes. Doing well. Good to hear. I'm also doing very well. I'm glad to hear that. Here I was, enjoying my retirement. Why did you have to go and bloody whistle? Call me Lawrence. I'm the company's resident sharpshooter. At least, I was in my day. No need to tell me who you are. I've been watching you for quite some time. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious how my former mates are faring. Not as curious as folks were about me, though. First Waysgate, then old Mistbeard himself. And as if those courtiers could ever catch me. And now Eorzea's storied era And now Eosia's storied hero summons me forth. No need to say why, they're going to ask me to help you take down the blasphemy. Have you forgotten the duty of the strong? Heh, never could refuse whenever someone trotted out those acne words. So tell me, Acton Commander, what specific duty would you task me with? I trust you do have a plan. So you need a way to neutralize the beast's most potent attack. I can tell you like getting up close and personal with your foes. You'll be needing support from a distance. Who do you suppose might be best suited to that role? You, of course. Damn right, my eyes are among the keenest in the realm, as you have doubtless heard from Waysgate. In pure marksmanship, none in limbs are the Admiral's equal. Yet Melvib is ill-suited for a supporting role. Not for lack of skill, of course, but rather, come to think of it, there's something you should know. Follow me. Follow me, and then we walked like a few kilometers down the road. In complete silence. Hey, Lawrence. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? I often come here to admire the sea. If you would, indulge me for a moment, I'll spin you a yarn. Just try not to doze off. Back in piracy's golden age, the League of Lost Bastards ruled the Rotano. I was one of them, as was Melvib. We were led by none other than her old man, Bluffis Finn. The most feared captain on the high seas. Feared by his enemies, that is. Stern and unforgiving though he was, he took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. Aye, he was like a father to me, 'twas all. Till that fateful day. Was in the year 1562 of the 6th astral era. Omens and merchantmen were struggling with nigh constant raids by the Sahagin. Around this time, Bluvis had yielded the day-to-day leadership of the bastards to Melvib, his pride and joy. She was still growing into the role, though, and everyone knew the old captain was still calling the shots. Old Bluvis had a noble streak, he did. Ordered us to defend the traders from the fishbacks. Melvib led the effort, and we fought day after day to keep the seas safe. The fighting was fierce, but we always came out of it in one piece. Until we didn't. Until, after a skirmish, a Sahagin survivor with his last breath summoned forth the Lord of the World. The great beast toppled our masts and cracked the keel like an egg. We clambered aboard the merchantman as our own ship sank. Naught to do but wait for the end, but then comes Bluvis and his bleating flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire, and he did. The League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again, for even though we'd escaped with our lives, we soon discovered that Captain Bluvis, our iron-willed, unwavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Of course, in those days, we didn't know much about drowning or tempering. Didn't know what to make of our captain as he grew more agate by the day, his words devolving into crazed rambling. And one day, he vanishes, taking off with half of our men. Not long after, band pirates calling themselves the Serpent Reavers began taking prizes in the Indigo Deep alongside the Sahagin. At their helm was none other than Captain Bluvis, who'd cast his lot with the fishbacks. Melvib knew what had to be done, and to her credit, she didn't shirk from the deed. She acted quickly, sneaking off undercover at night with a skeleton crew without so much as telling me. Of course, that didn't stop me from stowing myself in the cargo hold and joining her on the voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first, wanted to leave me out of it, she said, but seeing as I made myself known when she was struggling to fend off a horde of reavers and fishbacks. It wasn't hard to win her over. Her twin muskets felling one after the next as my sharpshooting kept her safe from afar. We cut a path to the center of the isle. It was there we found Bluvis, or rather, the miserable wretch she'd been reduced to. All bones, with skin shriveled and a tangled mat of white hair, eyes bulging from his head like a fish as he prayed to the Lord of the World. Melville challenged him to a duel, and a dim memory must have flickered in his drowned mind, for he accepted. And so, with only me there to witness it, Melville ended her father's life. The League of Lost Bastards would have lived up to its name if it weren't for Melville. She assumed full command and restored us to our former glory. Not long after, she triumphed in the Trident and was named Chief Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. I often think back upon that day, seeing her charge into battle, muskets blazing. It might seem reckless to some, but that's how Captain Bluvis taught her, and she knows no other way. That's why I made it my job to support her from the shadows, and it's a role in which I'll happily serve again. I owe that much to old man. My only doubt was whether you, my friend, were worthy of commanding me, but watching it from afar has answered that question. You're not. Aye, tell Weisgert and the rest are my no good companions that Lawrence stands with them. Did Lawrence show himself? Yes. And then things happened. Ha! Ha! Now there's a surprise. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he would agree so readily. Just one thing, Caetsu. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention Lawrence's involvement to the company. Landonell in particular. They'll find out soon enough regardless. At any rate, this gives us new hope in our battle against the blasphemy. All that remains is to set the snare and lure the beast into our clutches. Our scouts are on the lookout for the creature as we speak. If the latest reports are to be believed, we are drawing ever closer. And with that, I'd best get back to it. Can I trust you to report these latest developments to the Maelstrom? Then, till we meet again, Commander. And back we go again. A very relatively short story. We're already at the final quest, I believe. Like after this quest is handed in. The search for the blasphemy continues, though I understand you've been carrying out an entirely different investigation. A marksman by the name of Lawrence, eh? The Admiral will be pleased. Of course, we won't have much call for his skills until the blasphemy is found. Rest well and prepare yourself as necessary in the meantime. Lawrence. Why does that ring a bell? Despite our best efforts, the blasphemy continues to elude us. For the time being, we... Sorry to interrupt, but I have an incoming communication from Weisgert. Commander, we've snared ourselves a blasphemy. We've our erstwhile companion Ryle to thank. Knowing that the creature was once the Saharkin queen, he kept a close eye on the spawning grounds. Sure enough, he spawned a massive black shadow moving beneath the water not long ago. After receiving word, Shamani Lomani directed the Maelstrom warships in the vicinity to herd the beast with cannon fire into the Sastasha Sea Grot. Isolated as the Sea Grot is, we can engage our foe without putting small folk at risk. Any words for your men, Commander? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. You don't have to tell me twice. I've been aching for a rematch. Rush in blindly, and it will go as poorly for you as it did the first time. Ah, knowing you, I'm sure you'll show up just in time to see me deal the killing blow. Now, can we not save our vitriol for the quarry, which I've lured to the perfect spot that is now waiting patiently for all of you to put it out of its misery? Brave flocks of Gobby Booms blast over big blasphemy into bitty pieces. A motley crew you'll never find, but we'll serve you well when the battle is joined, believe you me. This is Melvin. I will ready a warship at once. Assemble outside the wench once you've all seen to your preparations. Also, this isn't a hangout channel. You have to be serious. So the time has come. I shall pray for your victory. It is quite a huge amount of dialogue that I'm putting voice to now that we're back on side quests, so to speak. Email it. Ah, Caetsu. The others should be along soon. Ah, 550. This might become difficult. The blasphemy is still contained within the Sastasha Sea Route. There it will meet its end, navigator willing. Would that my brothers and I could join you in the fight, and yet, blasphemous though it may be, the beast was once our mother. I understand, Null. Forgive us for what we must do. Where there are means to reverse the transformation, we will do all in our power to bring your mother back. Sadly, there is nothing left of her to save. For the future of the Sahakin and Limbs Elementa alike, the blasphemy must be laid to rest. And when the deed is done, I would bring your brothers, even the crushing tide, aboard the great ship we call Wilbrand. I do not want to slay your mother, but this thing she has become, a mindless beast who would enslave and kill her own, is an affront to the memory of who she was. It is not her. It is not. Remember this always. You must. I will not ask you to shoulder the burden of matricide. When the time comes to strike the final blow, I will do the deed. Admiral, all you say is true, and yet... Commander, I've sighted a group of fishbacks, crushing tide most like, heading straight for the sea grot. You'd best make your way here, and fast. Time to move out then. Any words for your men before we set sail? Don't go dying on me out there! Heh, our new commander's sounding more and more like the old one. But enough talk. It's time to show the realm that the company of heroes hasn't lost a step. Aye! We'll stand a better chance of slipping past the crushing tide if we split up. Caetsu and I will go together, while the rest of you take a different route. Let us brook no further delay. To Sastasha. My queen, I beg of you, pray show your loyal son mercy. Oh, how awkward. It's Dove, or what's left of him. Speaker Dove, why would our queen do such a thing? It is as the shorewalkers say, what we thought a blessing is in truth a terrible curse.
The horror! We must away at once.
Now you suddenly run.
And leave the Shorewalkers to face our Queen Mother alone? No, I will stand with them.
You mustn't sully your hands with the blood of your mother. Go and be with your kin. Go. Forgive me. I was beginning to think you wandered off a cliff, Lawrence. Must you say it like that? I prefer to think of myself as fashionably late. But enough talk. It comes. That is a very square gun. Does that help you aim? Three of them. Ah yes, the machinist 1-2-3 combo. It's very powerful, that. Angry. Do it again. How about do it again? Yes. What a fight! Do we do it again, or are you done with that? Ah, right. Classical boss mechanics. Makes sense. Endangered flare. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, this is bad. But we survived. Time for positionals? Actually no, because it's a close targeting reticle. So I mentioned this in my most recent video, that if the targeting reticle of an enemy is closed, it means that all positionals automatically are accepted. Oh, the 5 orbs, that's what you meant. Right, that is a sort of positional. Exactly. The fully closed targeting reticle means that positionals are irrelevant. There's actually also the part that if the targeting reticle is closed, then this arrow is specifically inside the targeting reticle. So that you can use that for enemies where you can't even see their back in the first place.
You're in my sights.
It better be in your sights, Blofusmin. You want Melvip's job? Yeah, that would be pretty neat, wouldn't it? I like how it's just like they're just running like a huge pack. Run! These are tanky. And they're spread out enough that it's kind of difficult to hit multiple with AoE. I think I missed it. I missed it by a fraction of a second. We're going to skip to that. That was an awkward, sudden end. Ymir, I believe that it's pretty much something that is almost like unanimously agreed upon, that people expect that there will be a new ranged physical and a new mage. Coco says I skipped a cutscene. Well, I skipped a cutscene we've already seen. He'll edit it out later. No, the VODs are going to stay as they are. Don't you worry. Do it again. Yeah, exactly, Weaver. I was like, oh, we have to kill all of these in time, and then I see the like the limit break like looking thing, and I'm not sure like when that's going off, so I'm just like looking at the timer for the flare thing, and turns out that was not the thing I was supposed to be targeting. I was supposed to just know that he was going to cast it like 8 seconds in advance or something. It's fine, then we go again. Then we also got a little showcase of if you fail these kinds of encounters, you don't just get offered an easy difficulty, you also get offered a very easy difficulty. Which, I mean, some players might need that. So it's nice that it's there. Thank you for making me waste life search by deleting yourself so suddenly, boss. I appreciate it. However, I see no reason to use cooldowns on your ads. Oof. Very good. It seems like the NPCs will deal with the ads very decently if you don't do anything about it. But now that we know that the ads that come up very soon, where they're like, oh, you have to hurry and kill them, is like a set piece. We don't actually have to deal with them that effectively. It's more important that we stick next to the group. Specifically Wastegate, because he's the one with the tank limit break. I'll use this opportunity to stockpile some resources. Here we go here. I feel like that sequence was a little different, but okay. It is funny that it has this like everyone takes a bunch of damage kind of attack. It feels like a little meaningless because you're not supposed to be healing yourself very much in this fight anyway, and most of the NPCs can heal you. Yeah, I just need to find a Wastegate. I don't care very much about killing these things as long as I am within the limit break. Yeah, the 3 shots is very nice. It also has like a very cool sound effect. That is more a case of I wish that like Machinist got that action, or at least some form of it. That would be really cool. But looking at the animation, I suppose that it would be like having another chainsaw attack with just a different sound. Oof. And then what happens? Sorry, we are not hearing Torn from the Heavens. Like, there's a few heroic songs where I'm like, I get this like, oh no, is that Torn from the Heavens? But that one was, I know that one. the thing is, I've talked about this so many times. The reason why I cut the music when Torn from the Heavens begins is because it will always result in a copyright claim, and I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered to deal with the legalese. So we will not hear Torn from the Heavens, unfortunately. Even if it makes this kind of fight a little ominous instead of heroic. It is only that song, Weaver. I don't know why. And it is also an unjustified claim. You can just counterclaim it, but you have to like fill out the form and everything, and then everything will blow over all on its own. I will not ask for your forgiveness, but this I promise. You will be remembered for the mother you were. Admiral, I have no words. Our Queen Mother returns to the depths in eternal slumber. Yes, tell yourself that. With your strength, you could have crushed us easily. Why did you spare our lives? The beasts and blasphemies are born from the despair in our hearts, but no more. I would break the cycle. Though Dove may have been blind to it, I believe in the future where Sahakin and Lominson live in harmony. Even after losing who she was, your queen made for your spawning grounds, and it is there she drew her last breath. When your next queen is crowned, know that she will have a safe place to raise her young. Once you have selected a suitable location, Limsa Lominsa will recognize and honor your claim. Oh, well, we claim Limsa Lominsa. A promise for which we are grateful, Admiral, but what of the other peoples of Vilbrand? The Kobolds are open to the idea. The details will need to be negotiated, but I am confident we can reach an agreement. The Hagen, Kobold, and Lominson alike yearn to abide in peace. We can make it so. I have never fought alongside Shorewalkers before, but I must say, it felt good. We have fought our neighbors for generations. It has won us only suffering and tragedy. I beg of you, lay down your spears. It will take time and effort to bridge the gulf between our peoples, but bridge it we shall. Hello. I dare say we have a lot of talking to as well, don't we, Commander Lawrence? Ah, Landonel, if you'd just allow me to explain. That is ominous. Let's be off before they drag us into this mess. Heh. And another thing. But yeah, the story with the Torn from the Heavens thing is... It's because there is an orchestral version of the song that has been played in some orchestra, right? And that technically exists on an album. So this bot claim, as it is, claims that the Torn from the Heavens that plays in the game is a cover of the orchestra version, the orchestral version, which is exactly the opposite of what it actually is. Like, the orchestral version is obviously a cover of the real thing that plays in the game. But the thing is, because it's a bot claim, it doesn't matter. It will claim it. If you've ever heard about years ago, YouTubers were always very afraid of saying the Happy Birthday song. That's because of the same kind of bot claiming it. The company behind it actually were forced to pay millions of dollars in compensation because of all the unjustified money they claimed through that. So it's the same thing, it's just that because it's a less prominent problem, it doesn't happen enough that something might be done about it. But if you ever put a video out where Torn from the Heavens plays and you get a claim, you can counterclaim it. Like the license agreement, the like the lawyer documents for using the things in Final Fantasy XIV specifically state that if it's accompanied by combat, like actual gameplay, it's okay. That is also why there are so many videos, like, of just the song in a zone, but it is always, almost always, accompanied by gameplay, because then you can justify that it's not just the music, right? That's the story. That's the story. They act like ex-boyfriends. Perfect timing, acting commander. You must save me from this bloodthirsty bastard. Well, Lawrence, let's hear your excuse, and it had better be a good one. Why in the Seven Hills were you skulking about in the shadows while we did all the dirty work? Like you'll not be any happier if I showed myself sooner. I can hear you whinging on now. What? You didn't think we could handle this on our own? I'd be bloody furious regardless. Don't think I've forgotten what happened, or rather didn't happen on the day of our duel. Even though the future of the company hung in the balance, I waited and waited and waited some goddamn more, and still you never turned up. But I've got you now, and I will have satisfaction. Given Lawrence's penchant for late arrivals, I couldn't help but worry too. To say he cut it fine would be an understatement. And not by choice as usual. My scouts observed him roaming near Costa del Sol not long ago. It would seem our commander's woeful sense of direction has not improved in the least. I'm honestly surprised you never realized, Landonel, that was to blame for his extreme tardiness, that the commander did indeed arrive at the agreed-upon location for your duel after the sun had risen and set a half-dozen times. Navigator, take me! Shamani, you promised that would stay between the two of us. Ah, brave locks. You have a kind word or two for your old commander, don't you? Commander Lawrence, commander no more. New commander, friend to gobbies everywhere. Does many sweat works for gobby kind. Heh, there. I thought you were too much of a coward to face me in battle. Come now, Landonel, you know me better than... Then it's settled. We fight here and now. On your guard. In town? But put that thing down, I say. You could hurt someone with that. Hard to believe he was once the glue that held this merry band together. That's right. If you hadn't yet realized the obvious, Lawrence is our former commander. Forgive me for not stating it plainly sooner. I didn't want you to think we doubted your leadership. That was pretty obvious. He got his quirks, but as you saw, he's a force of nature on the battlefield. Anyhow, I think we can all say your stint as acting commander has been a rousing success. Now, I reckon it's about time we gave you a final order.
Company of heroes brand break once more. Brave Fox never liked parting with gobby friends.
Here, here. I may have my complaints, but when we're together, a good fight's never far away. You hardly need a company or commander to get you that, and should Limsa again be imperiled, there's nothing stopping us from rising to the occasion. Till then, you're all strong enough in your own right. Why not serve the weak in your own ways? And Waistgate, of course. Waistgate. You've had quite the turn of duty, but all good things must come to an end. Any parting words before we go our separate ways? Give Gigi Ruju my best regards. Yeah, finally, I can enjoy some semblance of peace again. At least, as much peace as a man can enjoy waiting hand and foot on the Lord of Coast Hill Soul. It may have been rough sailing at times, but I rather enjoyed serving under you, Acting Commander Caetsu. Well, if you have something to say, let's hear it. Return to the whalers and keep the murdering to a minimum. Ha, as if I needed you to tell me. Well, I enjoyed the diversion. I know as well as any that my true place is in Gridania leading a respectable life. You may not have been the perfect commander, but 12 as my witness, I hope to fight by your side again. Farewell. I await your orders, Commander. Look after the you, brave nun. I have responsibilities, a tribe that wants for my guidance and protection. I can ill afford to tarry here much longer. Nevertheless, it is with some regret that I take my leave. For all their faults, of which they have many, they are my companions, and I will miss them.
Well, let's hear it, Commander.
You owe me a bottle of your finest Bacchus.
Indeed. I mean to return to Wineport as soon as I've tied up a few final loose ends here. Speaking of wine, I've always preferred the older vintages, left to sleep in their barrels for many a summer. They come out tasting better than ever. One might say the same about our old company.
Ymir says, what's with the R's? Didn't you see that the word had like 3 or 4 or 5 R's in some of his words? It's a callback because it just happened I saw it, and then it just reminded me that that was how I read those when we met him in A Realm Reborn, which you can see if you watch the relevant Rewind Replay VOD. So that's why I do that.
Braveflux wants busy work. Braveflux awaits Uplander's flip-flaps.
No more cheese wars. Please. I think it's because he's a cat, Ymir. It might be like stuttering or having a lisp, but for cats.
Braveflux feels heavy heart, but accepts Uplander's bossy words. Braveflux had good times and happy feels with gobby friends, but good times will come again, and when they do, new boomsticks will bring blasty doom with much fastness.
Ymir says, the other Mikosi don't talk like that. That's what I'm saying. It might be like a lisp, you know, a lisp where you have difficulty pronouncing certain words. That might be like a cat version of that, is what is happening, is what I'm suggesting. And on that note, I ought to be on my way. Slipping away again, are we? You are a creature of habit. I resented you for it at the time, you know, but I think I understand now. Better to shun fame and not serve as an example for glory seekers too eager to fight and too quick to die. You're overthinking it. I'm a creature of whimsy. A man who lets the tailwind carry him where it will. But more importantly, this new age belongs to the new blood. I've had my day in the sun. If you succeed in brokering peace with the Beastmen, there'll be no need to worry about primals, and the company can go into permanent retirement. Then I can say I did right by the old man. If you hadn't been there for us both, I don't know if I could have pulled the trigger. Thank you, Lawrence, brother. I did nothing. It was you who shouldered Captain Bliff's burden, and that of the entire League. I'm sorry, Melville. I know it hasn't been easy for you. But I dare say you've worked hard enough. Maybe us company folk aren't the only ones in need of a retirement. But I've said too much. Lawrence holding his tongue? Gods, you have changed. But yes, my greatest test as Admiral still lies ahead, as we steer the great ship Vilbrand towards a new future. You truly are your father's daughter. I owe you my thanks too. Dare say you did almost as good a job keeping my men to task as I could have done. Not a hunch, but something tells me our paths may cross again. But forgive me if I carry on like I've never seen before. Not unlike my old friend Mistbeard, I prefer to keep my past in the past. And with that, I'm off. Take care of yourselves. The blasphemy is no more, but we will never know lasting peace until the crushing tide agrees to lay down their arms. It will be a daunting task, but as we saw in Sastasha, they are not beyond reason. I will do all in my power to see that your efforts, and the sacrifices of my brothers, were not in vain. Forgive us, even after being freed from false gods' thrall, still we clung to our hateful beliefs. It was easier to hearken to speak at Darv's every word and turn a blind eye to the harsh truth, easy and cowardly. I will return and speak with my brothers of the crushing tide. I will tell them of our Queen Mother's sacrifice and the vision of hope you have shared with us. I ask only that you give us time and trust us to make our own decision. You have my word. If you would not be averse, let us return to the spawning grounds together. Adventurer, I have no words to express my gratitude to you. I will repay you the only way I know how, by doing my part to usher in an age where Endwalker and Sahakins stand as one. Just us now, it would seem. Ever since we achieved a measure of peace with the Kobolds, I prayed that this day would come. Though it is, of course, only a beginning, negotiations must be held, and words exchanged in earnest will invariably lead to flared tempers and bruised egos, but such things always accompany meaningful progress. The history of Vilbrand is one of bloodshed, but we have the power to change our ways. After all, it is clear we are united more by our similarities than we are divided by our differences. I will share what I have seen of the Sahagin with my fellow Lominstons, and listen closely to their doubts and concerns. But it must be a harmony not foisted upon them from above, but one which they aspire to of their own free will. No doubt, Noel and his brothers feel the same. Again, you have come to Limsa's aid, my aid, at a time we needed it most. When we next meet, I hope it will not be as Admiral and Adventurer, but as friends, mayhap trading war stories over ales at the Wench. But for now, I must return to my duties. Drafting reports and decrees is hardly the most exciting part of my role, but it is a necessary one. If you happen to pass through Ratzatham, pray share your exploits with our delegate there. Doubtless he will be interested to hear your first-hand account. One day I will lay down these muskets of mine for good, but not yet, father. Not yet. Emir says, Lawrence looks like he's 16. What face cream is he using? I think he's using anime protagonist or something like that. Level 90 says touch. That was sort of what we had, right? That was sort of what we just did.
Caetsu, you return. Pray tell, what news from my homeland? Extraordinary, and a chance at peace with the Sahagin. These are heartening tidings indeed. Without a doubt, you have helped to dispel the pall of despair that once hung over all Wilbrand. Our people now bask in newfound hope. I must share the news with the others. Full glad will they be to hear that the threat to Lim settlements is no more. Thank you again, my friend.
You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 melee DPS. And we go to Old Charlian. Make it pink. We will look into coloring it next week because I don't even have enough dye to do so. I don't even think we can sleep without starting this quest. Then we sleep elsewhere. I will not start this quest. Then we go to Crystarium. Sure. Yumia says, isn't he Melwip's age? Well, Melwip doesn't look very old either, does she? Right, so that does mean that we're reaching the end of the stream. If there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we finish up the stream, this is a great time to ask. I will take a picture for the weekly schedule. How very awesome of you to sleep in another, to go to another world just to sleep. Indeed. Actually, it's better if it's on the other side, I think. Right. So, with that said, if you enjoyed what you saw on this stream and maybe would like to see more, then remember that the easiest way to keep up with everything that's happening on this YouTube channel is to also be on the Discord server. There is a dedicated room for following the weekly schedule. There is a room where I post whenever there's a new video, a stream planned. Whatever comes, that's where I post it. And there's also rooms for discussing all sorts of things. We have a spoiler room for talking about lore, where just recently we had a very long discussion about some lore that was revealed in the clearing of the new raid. Just recently. And we also have like talks in the classroom where we talk about jobs, like how to optimize things, anything you could do better, something you don't understand. And there's also rooms for other things like sharing music. Second, if you liked this stream, do make sure to leave a like so that the YouTube algorithm also knows that it's a very good stream. I do very much appreciate it if you do. And do I have anything else? Any kind of music? Well, any kind of music. The if you check the music channel itself, you'll see that people just share music they like. It is very often like either anime music or Japanese music, because, you know, the target audience of Final Fantasy XIV is like a heavy concentration of people that like anime stuff, right? That kind of makes sense. But it is any music. It doesn't have to be Final Fantasy XIV. But yeah, that's it. I will of course post a schedule tomorrow where you can see what's happening next week. We will be doing some daily roulettes on Tuesday, and of course on the Saturday we will continue this story where we'll finish it. I hope very much, if some of you have characters on the EU data center, that we can scrounge together 8 people so that we can do the final trial as minimum item level, because that would make it a lot more interesting. These days, gear makes it so easy to clear the fight that it doesn't even get to go through all the dialogue, which is a shame. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you all very soon. And the only thing we have left to do then is put Smol Caetsu to bed. So good night. Good night. And thank you all so much for watching.